Pencucian uang datang dari banyak bentuk kejahatan asal. Salah satu yang paling beresiko dan merugikan adalah korupsi, narkotika, kejahatan kehutanan, dan lingkungan hidup. Penjahat melakukan pencucian uang untuk menyamarkan asal-usul ilegal kekayaan mereka dan melindungi aset mereka, dan untuk menghindari kecurigaan lembaga penegak hukum. Pendanaan terorisme juga sering ditemukan, mulai dari pendanaan logistik kelompok teror, penyelundupan senjata, hingga pendanaan aksi teror. Satu lagi, ancaman global adalah pendanaan proliferasi senjata pemusnah massal atau PPSPM untuk tujuan non-damai oleh suatu negara. Pencucian uang, pendanaan terorisme, dan PPSPM tentu akan membuat Indonesia terbelakang di antara negara lain. Korupsi, kemiskinan, ketimpangan, disintegrasi dapat meningkat dan membahayakan sendi-sendi kehidupan bermasyarakat. Di Indonesia, tercatat ada 26 macam tindak pidana asal yang biasanya dilanjutkan dengan upaya pencucian uang, sehingga harta kekayaan tersebut seolah-olah berasal dari aktivitas yang sah. Pencegahan pencucian uang, pendanaan terorisme, dan pendanaan proliferasi senjata pemusnah massal adalah cara yang paling efektif untuk mengidentifikasi penjahat dan mendisrupsi aktivitas kejahatannya. Bentuk pencegahan tersebut dilakukan dengan menerapkan customer due diligence secara memadai terhadap nasabah dan melaporkan transaksi keuangan mencurigakan tersebut ke PPATK. OJK mendapatkan mandat untuk melakukan pengaturan dan pengawasan penerapan program APU PPT di sektor jasa keuangan. Berdasarkan payung hukum, yaitu Undang-Undang Nomor 8 Tahun 2010 tentang Pencegahan dan Pemberantasan Tindak Pidana Pencucian Uang dan Undang-Undang Nomor 9 Tahun 2013 tentang Pencegahan Tindak Pidana Pendanaan Terorisme. Selanjutnya, OJK menerbitkan serangkaian peraturan dan pedoman terkait dengan penerapan program APU PPT di sektor jasa keuangan ini. Dalam ketentuan tersebut, penyedia jasa keuangan wajib mengidentifikasi, menilai, dan memahami resiko pencucian uang dan pendanaan terorisme, serta menerapkan program APU PPT berdasarkan pendekatan berbasis risiko atau risk-based approach. Penilaian risiko meliputi 4 point of concern. 1. Profil nasabah. 2. Negara atau area geografis. 3. Produk, jasa, dan transaksi. 4. Jaringan distribusi. Dalam penerapan program APU PPT di sektor jasa keuangan, terdapat 5 pilar yang menentukan output berupa laporan berkualitas ke PPATK untuk mendukung pencegahan dan penegakan hukum pencucian uang, pendanaan terorisme, dan PPSPM. 1. Pengawasan aktif direksi dan dewan komisaris. 2. Kebijakan dan prosedur. 3. Pengendalian internal. 4. Sistem informasi manajemen. 5. Sumber daya manusia dan pelatihan. Penyedia jasa keuangan wajib melakukan customer due diligence dan enhanced due diligence. EDD dilakukan terhadap calon nasabah dan nasabah yang dinilai berisiko tinggi, termasuk politically exposed person, terhadap nasabah yang berasal dari negara atau wilayah berisiko tinggi sesuai dengan publikasi FATF. Selain EDD, PJK juga wajib menerapkan countermeasure. Penyedia jasa keuangan wajib mengelola dan melakukan screening terhadap nasabah atau calon nasabah atas kemungkinan adanya kesamaan identitas dengan DTTOT dan daftar PPSPM. Dalam hal ditemukan kesamaan, PJK wajib melakukan pemblokiran secara serta-merta dan melaporkannya kepada Kepolisian Negara Republik Indonesia dan ditembuskan kepada OJK. Dan apabila tidak ditemukan kesamaan, PJK wajib menyampaikan laporan nihil. DTTOT dilaporkan ke kepolisian, PPSPM dilaporkan ke PPATK. Untuk mendorong pemblokiran DTTOT dan daftar PPSPM secara serta-merta atau freezing without delay, OJK telah membangun sistem informasi program APU PPT, sigap. Dengan sigap, penyampaian DTTOT dan daftar PPSPM kepada PJK menjadi lebih cepat, sehingga dapat segera ditindaklanjuti. Sigap juga menjadi kanal informasi yang lengkap terkait program APU PPT bagi PJK. Penerapan program APU PPT yang memadai akan menghasilkan output berupa laporan berkualitas ke PPATK yang meliputi transaksi keuangan mencurigakan, transaksi keuangan tunai paling sedikit 500 juta rupiah atau dengan mata uang asing yang nilainya setara, transaksi keuangan transfer dana dari dan keluar negeri, tindak pidana pencucian uang, tindak pidana pendanaan terorisme, dan PPSPM merupakan kejahatan berdimensi internasional. Dengan berperan aktif mendukung upaya pemerintah mencegah dan memberantas kejahatan tersebut, PJK akan melindungi masyarakat sebagai nasabah dan investor. Dan PJK juga dapat menjaga risiko reputasi, risiko hukum, dan risiko kepatuhannya, serta menjaga integritas sektor jasa keuangan. OJK selalu siap mengawasi, menjaga, dan bersinergi dengan penyedia jasa keuangan untuk meningkatkan efektivitas penerapan program APU PPT di sektor jasa keuangan. Email apupptojk@ojk.go.id hadir sebagai kanal komunikasi bagi penyedia jasa keuangan kepada OJK. OJK, penyedia jasa keuangan dan masyarakat, bersama, awas, dan peduli. Kita bangun Indonesia yang bebas dari pencucian uang, pendanaan terorisme, dan pendanaan proliferasi senjata pemusnah massal.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the event, please allow me to inform you several rules for this event. All panelists and participants must log in using username, format of the institution name _ full name. All panelists should turn on the video and keep the sound mode muted. All participants' video will be turned off and the sound will be muted during the event. Should participant have a question, please raise the question via the Ask a Question button. For those who need the interpreter feature, you can get the globe logo in the menu bar to select the language. Please do not close your session or log out during the event. You can log out after the event finishes. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to introduce Mr. Imansyah, Deputy Komisioner of OJK Institute and Digital Finance, Mr. Sanjay Jain, Chairman Technology Board, MOSEP, Ms. Zulda Anderton, UNODC Deputy Country Manager for Indonesia and AML CFT Advisor, notable representative of government agencies and financial service industry, all the speakers and moderators. We also welcome all the guests to the webinar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. We are proudly present and welcome you to the opportunities, challenge, and impact of utilizing new technologies and strengthening the AML CFT regime. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me introduce myself. My name is Adriano Wiryawan, and I will be the master of ceremony for this event. Today is second day of webinar, Opportunities, Challenges, and Impact of Utilizing New Technologies and Strengthening the AML CFT Regime. In this opening session for day 2, we will be having several agenda, namely, opening remarks by Mr. Imansyah, Deputy Commissioner of OJK Institute and Digital Finance. Special session expert talk, Inclusive Digital Finance by Embracing Digital ID by Mr. Sanjay Jain, Chairman Technology Board, MOSEP. Photo session, panel session, third topic, Subtech and RegTech to minimize the future of AML/TF risk, follow with question and answer. Panel session, fourth topic, MLTF risk mitigation in the age of digital innovation. Closing remark by Ms. Zulda Anderton, UNODC Deputy Country Manager for Indonesia and AML CFT Advisor. And closing. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are opening today's session with the opening remarks by Mr. Imansyah, Deputy Commissioner of OJK Institute and Digital Finance. Please welcome Mr. Imansyah. Mr. Imansyah, I'm sorry, we cannot hear your voice. Maybe it's still muted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Honorables, Ms. Zulda Anderton, Deputy Country Manager of United Nations on Drugs and Crimes, Indonesia. And I think I want to acknowledge as well Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Deputy Director of ADRA, and also other all distinguished speakers and moderators for our webinar today, and also all the Eastern participants that have joined our webinar this morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, at first, let us always praise and thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has granted us with countless blessings so that we could attend this today prominent webinar event. So on behalf of the commissioners of OJK, I would like to thank you all for joining us on the second day of webinar Anti-Money Laundering Counter Financing Terrorism OJK 2022, discussing issues on opportunities, challenges, and impacts on utilizing new technologies in strengthening the anti-money laundering and combating financing terrorism regime. Today, we are going to further explore two agendas with topics. First is subtech and regtech to minimize the future of money laundering and terrorism financing risk. And the second one will be money laundering, terrorism financing risk mitigations in the age of digital innovations. I would like to take this opportunity as well to thank UNODC, who has been willing to support this webinar. As I can see from yesterday, it runs very well, enhancing our know-how on how IT will strengthen the anti-money, the AML CFT regime in Indonesia. Moreover, this event is held with the intention to support the Indonesia G20 presidency this year, which carries the theme, recover together, recover stronger. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, that today we have entered the so-called digital era, which has changed the order of industrial business model towards to be more efficient and easier to provide products and services to customers. The rapid development of technology has encouraged the emergence of many innovations in various areas, such as finance, commerce, telco providers, transportations, accommodations, and financial services. One of the digital innovations that newly happened to the financial sector is adopting financial technology practices, by which it utilizes technology as the main feature in doing business. By using technology, fintech can deliver financial services effectively and efficiently without the need for physical face-to-face contact between financial institutions and the customers. As a result, fintech then has greater opportunity to penetrate the market by reaching people at the bottom of the pyramid or underserved micro businesses. And I can see that trend, that practices happen to the case of Indonesia. To this advantage, I view that those must be balanced with infrastructure readiness, encouraging collaborations of all parties, such as regulators, financial institutions, fintech players, associations, and also accelerators, such as innovation and research hubs. I want to share with you that we do have our regulated sandbox as a venue for assessing any kind of business model for financial innovations in OJK since 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, rapid development of fintech takes place in Indonesia, and such has brought about challenges for all domestic regulators, including OJK itself. To these situations, today our exposures in supervising the financial technology of fintechs cover several types of fintechs. Namely, we have in our exposures 103 P2P lendings, 83 digital financial innovations, and 8 securities crowdfundings. This large number of fintech development has led to massive use of technology by fintechs, and simultaneously has escalated complexity of financial products and services. At the next stage, it suddenly brings potential and more risk into the financial ecosystems, including the one that relates to money laundering and terrorism financings. To this case, allow me to share some practices from how technology can enhance policy on anti-money laundering and CFT, and then benchmark such to see any possibility to incorporate and improve our domestic approach on AML and CFT regime. In the first case, we may see how European countries have been using technology to increase the efficiency of AML, CFT, and the effectiveness of mitigating money laundering and financing terrorism risks. It is obvious that the new technology support in improving the speed, quality, efficiency, and cost of some AML CFT measures, as well as the cost of implementing the AML CFT framework more broadly compared to traditional methods and processes. It enables new ways to collect, process and analyze data, and that it allows the communications of such data and informations via a variety of specific solutions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, being superb with these capabilities, hence this new digital approach can be applied in overlapping ways and target a broad range of AML CFT objectives. As it has been discussed yesterday, for instance, how artificial intelligence and machine learning technology-based solutions apply to big data analytics, by which it can strengthen ongoing monitoring and reporting of suspicious transactions. These solutions can automatically monitor, process, and analyze suspicious transactions and other illicit activities, distinguishing it from normal activity in real time, while reducing at most the need for initial frontline human interventions. As another example, digital identity solutions can also enable for non-face-to-face customer identifications or verifications and updating the informations. Even further, they can also improve authentications of customer for more secure account process and strengthen identification and authentications when onboarding and transactions are conducted in persons. This inevitably very obvious will support the promotions of financial inclusion and at the same time combating money laundering, fraud, terrorist financing, and other illicit financial activities. Ladies and gentlemen, to the case of Indonesia, there are two, at least to my perspective, of fintech platform that can be used to mitigate money laundering and terrorism financing risk, namely eKYC and RegTech eSign. Today, these two fintech platforms have been supervised under the digital financial innovation groups within OJK. And compared to the RegTech eSign that is quite new for OJK, eKYC platform has been in our sandbox for quite some time. As known, eKYC platform is a platform that helps provide identifications and verification services for prospective customer or existing customers using populations data source from our colleague from the Department of Population and Civil Registrations of Indonesia, or in Bahasa we call it Dukcapil. Not to mention, eKYC is becoming increasingly relevant today, especially during the current COVID-19 pandemics, which makes it easier for service providers to verify customer without physical contact or physical communications with the customer. The eKYC system aims to advance a person access to service, reduce fraud, and increase financial inclusions. In OJK, there are already 4 digital finance innovations put within the eKYC cluster, and I'm pretty optimistic that this number of eKYC platforms will be increased in the near future. Indeed, the case of this potential increased number of eKYC is very valid due to some benefits that regulated entities and individuals may gain from the use of eKYC platform. From the perspective of regulated entities, eKYC will provide them with lower and more affordable costs, portability and interoperability systems that can be used across multiple institutions or transactions, reducing the burden of verifications and further reducing human error as the process will be done through automations. Further, from the individual perspective, the use of eKYC will bring about benefits, cover the more personalized customer experience due to non-documents required and multi-use of verified ID, simply daily operations, and offer greater efficiency to interactions with multi-service service providers and authorities. Well, ladies and gentlemen, despite those benefits that I have prescribed above, eKYC also facing some challenges, in particular related to data security. eKYC pictures itself as a tool to collect several customer personal data. This keeping customer data secure and safe will be a prerequisite, and at the same time will be a challenge for fintech companies that implementing eKYC. The case will be very much even be amplified when enormous customer data need to be managed and regulation of using clouds, for instance, is still missing. So in addition to that situation, I must also share that there is also fraud committed by users by using other people's document to apply for fintech services, and how to improve the effectiveness of enhanced due diligence correlated to the lack of trustworthiness of customer identifications and verifications. Ladies and gentlemen, as we may acknowledge as well, I'm very frequent using this term. It is easier said than done to strike the right balance between innovation and risk, but I'm pretty optimistic that innovation in the financial sector will strengthen the anti-money laundering and combating financing terrorism regime in the digital era. In line with this, enforcing AML CFT regime then will not be our OJK alone agenda. It will require all domestic regulators to collaborate and determine that digital AML CFT approach as a common goal to reach. To conclude my remarks, I do hope that this webinar can defend the urgency of the AML, CFT, and KYC policies and can be implemented in the form of policy that meet international standards of data protections, privacy, and cybersecurity in compliance, in particular with the FATF standards. Well, as mentioned yesterday by our chairman, Professor Dr. Wimbo Santos, we are having an agenda for to join the multi-evaluation review to become a full membership of FATF. Finally, I thank you again for all speakers and moderators from the Coordinating Minister of Political, Legal, and Security Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, and also from other related entities. I can see here from yesterday, I can see colleagues from Bank of Thailand and also from the APTEC Association and other colleagues from other stakeholders. And we do appreciate for your willingness to share insight and experience to this webinar. My highest appreciation also extends to OJK colleagues that make this event take place and more successful. And that's all I can share to you as my opening remarks to this morning webinar. Thank you very much for your attention and a very good morning again. Thank you, and I return it back to MC. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imansyah, for such a warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, and now special session, Expert Talk, Inclusive Digital Finance by Embracing Digital ID by Mr. Sanjay Jain, Chairman Technology Board, MOSIP. Please welcome Mr. Sanjay Jain.
Good morning, everyone. It's my honor to be here and to be a part of this webinar. Could we have the slides, please? So today I wanted to talk about how we made progress in India over the last decade in financial inclusion through the use of digital ID. Could you go to the next slide, please? So in 2008, before we started with the Aadhaar program, only around 17% of the country had bank accounts. So financial exclusion was rampant. People had no access to financial services. Could you skip through the next 3 slides, please, very quickly? Yeah, in 2011, this was very much in line with the international scenario. If you're looking at the GDP per capita and the normal number of bank account penetration around the world. And yet, next slide, please. By 2018, we had jumped far ahead of where we were in 2011. And next, please. According to the Bank of International Settlements, this journey of inclusion could have taken us around 50 years, and yet we were able to do it in 5. And that is something which I wanted to talk about, how we were able to accomplish that today. Next, please. So if we look back at the start, this was the process of account opening. You went in person to a bank branch, you sat in front of an official, you filled out forms, you provided documents, photocopies, and that was the process at that point. And then it took some time to open a bank account. And by 2015, this is a slide from then, the process was as simple as you downloaded an app on your phone, you took a selfie photograph, you took a photocopy of your identity document, you validated it with eKYC, and your account was open in less than a minute sitting at home. And this is how much we had to, this is a journey we did, and I wanted to talk about that part of the journey. Next slide, please. So this acceleration was due to 3 things. I think the first among them I would count is political will. As a country, we decided that we were going to make this leap forward. We had a very proactive central bank, which was a big participant in this journey. And then there was a set of technologies that we call India Stack. Next, please. So now India Stack was a set of technologies that we built in India over this past decade. And it was built in sequence. It was not built all at one time. And I wanted to talk about 3 aspects of these technologies today. The first is Aadhaar, which was the identity system that we built. And then eKYC, which was introduced a few years after Aadhaar was created. And at the same time, we launched a direct benefit transfer program. And that, so these are the 3 things I wanted to speak about today. Could you go to the next slide, please? So first and foremost, what was Aadhaar? Aadhaar was designed as a unique identity. From the residents, we captured 4 data points. We captured their name, we captured date of birth, gender, and an address, including a physical address per post, plus email and mobile number. And in addition to this, we captured biometrics. We captured 10 fingerprints, we captured iris, and we captured a photograph. Using this data, we would deduplicate people and then generate a 12-digit random number, which was then assigned to the person, and it is theirs forever. Next, please. So once we started the program, given the size of the country and the biometric deduplication requirement, it took us many years to slowly build up our coverage across the system. But in 5 years, we were able to reach around 1 billion people. And somewhere along this journey is when the usage of the identity started. And could you go next, please? So the identity itself was not a card. It was actually set up only as a number. And you actually got a letter by mail with a number on it. And you were then able to use that to prove your identity. To do that, you had to authenticate yourself. This was provided in 2 ways, either through biometrics or through OTP on the registered mobile number. And this authentication thus eliminated physical presence. I could do it by OTP sitting at home or with biometrics at any agent location. And so I didn't need to be at a bank branch to open a bank account. And the second thing was electronic KYC. And in electronic KYC, the bank got the same amount of information that you would get from a photocopy of the identity card, which is namely the name, address, gender, date of birth, and the photograph. And this was digitally signed by the identity authority. And as a result of that, you were able to eliminate paper documents completely. And at the same time, no more fake documents could be used in the process of somebody opening a bank account. And this was what was introduced about 2-3 years later. And yeah, next slide, please. And so now, once we were able to introduce this, the next stage was to think in terms of financial inclusion, how we managed to accomplish what we did. Could you go through the next, please? It is our belief that to include a larger population, what we needed to do was bring down the cost of banking. Because if the bank is going to serve a customer, you have to be able to make it economic for them to do it, whether it is the cost of onboarding or transacting. And a digital online portable identity reduces transaction costs. And that is really what allowed us to encourage the banks to go out and service the set of customers that were previously not serviced. Next, please. So the strategy that we adopted was that in the first, we worked with the regulators. We got them to understand what the ID could do and bring it into the AML CFT regime in India, that is the PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act. The second was we worked with the National Payments Corporation of India to build a financial inclusion platform. And then we worked with the ecosystem for adoption with the banks, with telecom companies, and so on. And finally, when everything was ready, there was a big government push to get bank accounts to everyone. And I will just walk through these steps in a minute. Please, next slide. So the first thing was to have the national, after we got the AML CFT approvals, and people were able to open bank accounts. But then the next step for us was to figure out how you could send money to anyone using Aadhaar. The idea was that if your bank account was linked with Aadhaar, you were then able to use that as a financial address. So for example, if you were part of a direct benefit transfer scheme, the scheme would capture your identity information. And then they don't need to capture any bank details. And the money would transfer directly from the government into your bank account based on that number. And this was a process which was set up so that it could be reasonably free of fraud. And that was done entirely within the trusted banking system. So NPCI actually created something called the Aadhaar Payment Bridge, which allowed money to be sent to a bank account. Next, please. And so there are really two systems that were built at NPCI. One was the Aadhaar Payment Bridge, which I just spoke about. And the second was the Aadhaar-enabled payment system. Because once the money is sent to the person, you have to be able to withdraw it. And there was a Aadhaar-enabled payment system that was built, which could then be operated at the various business correspondent locations. And there a person could go with their biometrics and operate the bank account. So that was AEPS. And this then allowed people access to banking wherever they were without having to go to a bank branch. Next, please. Once the system was set up, the direct benefit transfer program was initiated. Our estimate is that we do about 5 billion transactions a year, and about 65 billion USD is transferred, or equivalent actually is transferred to people through this program. And the benefit of this is that money starts digital, it stays digital. And if the person is using digital payments, it is also spent digitally, which then adds a lot more in terms of the digital footprints that our people place. And that actually then will enable them to do the next step, which is access to credit. But I won't be speaking about that today. And next slide, please. And so the final step, as I mentioned, was the push from the political side, from the government, to open bank accounts for everyone. And in a 4-year period, actually this is about 6-year period, we opened 430 million new bank accounts under the scheme. About 55% of the account holders here are women beneficiaries, and 67% were in rural areas. And these bank accounts were put under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, which was really about banking for all. And this increased our bank account coverage. And over time, from the account opening, initially there were a lot of hiccups. Then the accounts were low balance. People didn't keep much money in there. But over the years, we have seen that both the amount of money that is in these accounts has continued to grow. And at the same time, usage has continued to grow. And so as a result, we are starting to see a lot more improvement in financial inclusion. Next, please. So one example of the benefits of the system came to us during the COVID pandemic. At the start of the pandemic, when the lockdown was initiated, the first one, the government of India decided to create a new scheme to transfer money to the people. And within 2 weeks of announcement of the scheme, we had already initiated transfer of 3.9 billion US dollars or 282 billion Indian rupees to 318 million beneficiaries. And the moment the decision was taken, within 2 weeks, everything was set up, and then the money was transferred, at a click of a button. And so we were able to actually get money across the country to make sure that any discomfort to our citizens could be minimized. And this really proved to us the power of having the technology infrastructure that was built over the last decade and how we were able to use it to make sure that our people could be serviced well. So this is really what I have to say, but let me leave you with these last set of statistics. Next slide, please. So just to summarize what we spoke about, we have had 1.3 billion IDs issued through Aadhaar. There have been 68 billion authentication transactions from the day one. 11.2 billion eKYC transactions have been done. eKYC is used for account opening with banks, but also for issuance of SIM cards, and is also used for digital signatures and a few other services. So all of these were done through this ID. Every year, and so this number is from this year, $65 billion equivalent worth of money is transferred to our residents' accounts. And this is the year from 2021-22, which is still ongoing. And the banking system reports that over 85% of accounts in the country are Aadhaar-enabled accounts. And this is the set of statistics I would like to leave you with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanjay Jain, for such an inspiring sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, to capture this memorable moment, we would like to take a virtual picture together. So please, Mr. Imansyah, Mr. Sanjay Jain, and Ms. Zulda Anderton to turn on your video. Yeah, I think everyone is ready. Please follow my count. 1, 2, 3. One more time, and let's give your best smile. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, and let's give a round of applause. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the third topic, Subtech and RegTech to minimize the future of AML/TF risk, which will be moderated by Mr. Rudy Rusdia, Chairman of Indonesia Big Data and AI Association, or ABDI. Mr. Rudy Rusdia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, MC, for your nice introduction. And let us start this topic 3 panel discussion with 4 prominent panelists, speakers that I saw already in the panel. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Let me introduce myself, Rudi Rustia, Chairman of ABDI, Asosiasi Big Data and AI. I also Chief Editor of Magazine, Committee ID, and CEO of PT Mikronik Indonesia. Now, as your moderator this morning for this OJK webinar. Many webinars usually focus on the industrial supply chain players, from downstream to upstream business, reaching the customers and society. Seldom we talk about the regulator, government, and supervisory entity like in this webinar, in this interesting webinar. Let alone also its technologies such as regulatory technology or RegTech, or supervisory technology or SupTech. Today is in this topic 3 panel, we will focus on the utilizing new Industrial 4.0 technology for this RegTech and SupTech to enhance the regulatory bodies, tools, and framework. Committee ID magazine cover story refer to this technology as ABCDE technology, where A is AI, including machine learning, EKYC, and then also NLP, and B for blockchain, NFT, C for cloud or cybersecurity, D for big data, and E, the new world of metaverse, which is also the focus of our next month Web Summit Data Secure AI on 29, 30, 31 March, that will also support the DEWG, the Digital Economy Working Group of Indonesia Presidency of G20. You are all invited to join. Again, many webinars usually focus only on the benefit and the opportunity that this ABCDE technology might bring. Unfortunately, technology is like a double two-edged sword. We also see the negative side of technology, said Professor Dr. Wimbo Santoso yesterday and also Pak Triyono yesterday. Abdi referred it as technology singularity or just singularity, which is also paper that we submit in the Think 20 T20 of G20. For instance, the creation of dark web by hackers, terrorists, adversary ranging from lone wolf to state actor also introduce singularity and maximize the potential damage and breach to the industry. Here, EKYC and customer due diligence, CDD, in using the AI, play a very important role to eradicate illegal cross-border data and money flow for money laundering and financing terrorism. This morning, we have very relevant topic introducing AML and CFT regime with RegTech and SupTech to stop this potential and future damage of illegal transaction due to money laundering and terrorist financing. It's actually a race against time among the society as the consumer, data controller enterprise, regulation by the regulator, enforcement by the supervisory institution, and against the adversary, the hackers catching up with all of us, catching up with the exponential growth of data and the new advance in technology. With this in mind, today we have 4 interesting panelists from UNODC, United Nations Office of Drug and Crime, from AIR, Alliance for Innovative Regulation, and then Tukitaki Holding, and also Indonesia RegTech and Legal Tech Association, IRLA, that we will all discuss very interesting topic on SupTech and RegTech to eradicate the future of money laundering and terrorist financing risk. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us greet our first panelist, Mr. Alexander Malisiao, which is an expert in virtual asset for terrorist financing for the UNODC Global Program Against Money Laundering. He is from UNODC, United Nations Office of Drug and Crime. Prior to this work, he worked at the Transnational Threat of Department of Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe Secretariat in Vienna, Australia. Probably Mr. Alexander will access this webinar from Vienna. Mr. Alexander holds an MSc degree in Computer Forensic and Cybercrime Investigation from University College of Dublin, Ireland, and a degree in law from Belarus Institute of Law in Minsk, Belarus. Hello, good morning, Mr. Alex Malisau. Are you accessing from Vienna?
Good morning, thank you. Yes,
good morning.
Thank you very much.
Is it, what time is it at your site?
It's -6 hours.
Oh, it's in the evening, is that right?
It's pretty late at night, thank you.
Our second panelist is Ms. Joanne Barefoot, CEO founder of AIR, the Alliance for Innovative Regulation, and also the co-founder of Hummingbird RegTech and host of Barefoot Innovation Podcast Show. She has been Deputy Comptroller of the Currency Partner of KPMG. She studied economics from George Washington University. Let us greet Ms. Joanne Barefoot. Hello, Ms. Joanne. Are you accessing from US? Oh, I think it's still mute. I think your voice is still mute, Ms. Joanne.
I'm sorry about that. Yes, I'm delighted to be here, and I'm in Washington, D.C., where it's almost 9 o'clock in the evening.
Okay, good evening. Good evening.
Our
third panelist is Mr. Abhishek Chatterjee, the founder and CEO of Tukitaki Holding Pte, a fintech startup in Singapore since 2015. He studied computer engineering at Pune University, India, and has master in computation biology from University of Southern California in 2005. At JP Morgan, New York, he worked in high-frequency trading algorithm. So it's robotic trading. Let us greet Mr. Abhishek. Are you online from Singapore, Mr. Abhishek?
Yes, I'm from Singapore here, but very glad to be part of the panel and really look forward to our discussion today.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Last but not least, our fourth panelist is Mr. Marshall Pribadi, Chairman of Indonesia Tech and Legal Tech Association IRLA, member of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, Kadin. He is the founder, CEO of Privy ID, a digital signature and trusted identity provider. He graduated from Stanford University School of Business and also from Faculty of Law from University of Indonesia. Let us greet Mr. Marshall. Hello, Mr. Marshall. Good morning.
Good morning, Pak Rudi. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the greeting from all our panelists from all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start this presentation of for our single panelists, let us review some moderator housekeeping. Every speaker will have 10, maximum 15 minutes of presentation and speech. After completion of all speaker presentation, then we will continue with the Q&A from the moderator and the questionnaire from the floor. Before our moderator close, if we still have time, we will ask each speaker to give final short takeaway to the audience. Otherwise, we conclude the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen of this prominent panel discussion, without further ado, let us continue this panel discussion. We are pleased to invite the first panelist, Mr. Alexander Malisau from UNODC, United Nations Office of Drug and Crime, to share his presentation and thought. The screen is yours, Mr. Alexander.
Thank you. I think I need access to share my screen. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen all over the world. I'm very pleased and honored to contribute to this webinar. And today I will start this topic with a brief introduction of the technologies which are on everybody's lips for already quite some time. That's the blockchain, artificial intelligence, NLP, and APIs. So with this, I will kick off the further discussion during this session about the relevance and the importance to regulatory supervisory technology in the context of anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism. RegTech and SupTech are all about dealing with data, and increasingly this is the large amount of data. The big data, a term that has been a buzzword across many industries, can be absolutely and legitimately applied here. As big data is literally growing exponentially, one may start now questioning the feasibility and usefulness of such an approach for all of the artificial intelligence applications. Well, anyway, getting back to regulatory and supervisory technologies, both of them, they rely on collection, correlation of data points and identification of certain events that are of potential interest to those authorities, regulatory supervisory authorities. Essentially, they're expected effectively and cost efficiently to facilitate and enhance identification of certain types of irregularities that require further attention of those authorities and possibly subsequent investigation. So let's talk about each of those technologies a little bit. Blockchains are basically our ever-growing list of records. These records are organized into what is known as blocks of certain size or length, depending on the implementation, and these blocks are connected to each other using cryptography. Today, blockchains are used in multitude of areas, but most widely known as a distributed ledger for cryptocurrencies. However, it is not the only one use case for blockchains. In the financial services are using blockchains as distributed ledgers in banks as well. This speeds up back office systems, increases efficiency, and also reduces costs. Use of blockchain technology offers multitude potential benefits. Increased transparency due to distributed ledger, faster and more cost-effective record keeping through automation and cryptographically enhanced security. Well, next up is artificial intelligence, AI. AI is not a magic or weird science, as many of us know, but a set of practical tools that can be used to improve various processes and potentially save costs as well. AI technologies, or more accurately, an array of specific statistical and quantitative tools, of which AI is just one, are already broadly used in the finance industry. Alongside compliance requirements, the main reasons to implement AI in RegTech solutions were cost reduction and greater accuracy of process and analysis. For most financial institutions, AI is about achieving better visualization, analysis, methods to generate ideas, again, increase automation and improve efficiency. The most heavily used AI techniques are machine learning, ML, and natural language processing, which we know under the acronym of NLP. Speaking of NLP, part of the AI that deals with understanding and processing of human language. While NLP can be applied to any kind of medium where language is present, including audio and video records, the types of data collected by a financial institution contains obviously a lot of numbers, a lot of relationships between them, but also a lot of textual information provided by the clients, generated by the clients. And most of this textual data can be regarded as unstructured, and in order to process and to make sense out of it, NLP comes into play. It can help to find relevant entities, extract relationships between them, establish certain classifications and attribute those entities or relationship to those classifications, and even detect sentiment of a piece of text detecting a mood or intention of the author of a particular textual information. And finally, speaking of application programming interfaces, known as APIs, APIs provide for and allow communication between different software. Effectively, they're a mechanism of ingesting relevant and structured data from various systems, so it can later be analyzed and in its whole entirety. One of the best ways to illustrate the concept of an API is by using the analogy of a restaurant waiter. The waiter here represents an interface between the customer, that is the developer, and the kitchen, the application. The customer who's unfamiliar with the restaurant's dishes relies on the menu, an equivalent of API catalog, to place an order with the waiter, who then forwards the order to the kitchen. Speaking of APIs used in the financial applications, they're those that allow currency exchange through peer-to-peer transactions, especially in the crypto assets sphere. Through APIs, borrowers and money lenders can exchange currency without the need for intermediaries. The overall process of issuing a loan is therefore simplified, and the cost involved is also reduced. So, having introduced these technologies, I would like to talk to emphasize some of the benefits, especially in the context of AML and CFT. Technology can facilitate data collection, processing and analysis, and help actors identify and manage risks related to money laundering and terrorist financing quickly and more effectively, closer to real time. Other advantages include faster payment and transactions, more accurate identification systems, monitoring, record keeping, and information sharing between competent authorities and regulated entities. Public blockchains can provide new data sources for blockchain analytics, but at the same time, due to pseudonymous and sometimes anonymous nature of cryptocurrency blockchains, can also bring challenges in identifying who controls which address or which wallet. Artificial intelligence and machine learning technology-based solutions applied to big data can strengthen ongoing monitoring and reporting of suspicious transactions. Natural language processing can support more accurate, flexible, and timely analysis of customer information and reduce inaccurate or false information, and enabling more efficient matching and search for additional data. And finally, APIs allow for secure and efficient point-to-point exchange and ingestion of relevant data between databases for multiple stakeholders working on AML and CFT investigations. At the same time, we should speak about challenges, and one of the most obvious and sensitive issues that is the training of the workforce. There's a need for completely new kinds of specialists that have to be trained, or existing staff that have to be retrained to be able to fit seamlessly into this new technological environment. As someone who has been involved in many capacity building initiatives, I can add that to be successful in long term, this process involves not only training but a change in an educational strategy. Every new technology comes with its challenges, and it's rarely applied onto a totally new field. Integrating new systems with legacy systems sometimes could be an issue of its own, possibly requiring an eye to figure out the most efficient way. In other legacy systems, every novelty in a regulated environment has to account for its legislation. It is rarely changed in a blink of an eye and requires best expertise and best practices to be translated into legal norms that should pass the test of time. Data protection regulations and bank secrecy laws can also add obstacles to this mix. As for the technological challenges, we have already witnessed that machine learning techniques are doing better and better at pointing us to the best course of action in a given situation, in a certain context, but they may not be always as good as telling us to why we should do this. But when any matter or case is taken to court, for instance, one should be able to explain how and why a certain conclusion was made. And the last point I wanted to add to this list of challenges is an objective difficulty in defining effectiveness indicators and determining the acceptable level of machine error and therefore acceptable level of effectiveness and residual risks for all these new tools and technologies in the context of anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism. That's all in my brief presentation of the technologies, the benefits and challenges, and I thank you for your attention and looking forward to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander, from UNODC for your interesting and timely presentation. Very insightful presentation on technology, ranging from AI, machine learning, for CFT filter, blockchain, distributed ledger, big data analytic, NLP, and API. Later in this discussion, we should also discuss more the challenge. You mentioned about the challenge and how this technology challenge related to the application of RegTech and SubTech. Also case study of these four technology in strengthening AML and CFT will be more interesting. Now let us move to the second panelist, Mr. Joanne Barefoot from AIR, Alliance for Innovative Regulation. Please welcome Miss Joanne. The screen and time is yours, Miss Joanne.
Thank you, Rudy. I appreciate that. It's a great honor to be here, and I'm really delighted to be talking with this great audience about this important topic. Could I have my slides come up, please? Thank you very much. So I'm going to take a wide lens and step back a little bit and talk about RegTech and SupTech broadly, and then zero in on the issues of AML and CFT risk specifically, because I do think we're on the cusp of a tremendous change. If I could have my next slide. I think that the RegTech and SupTech are the future of financial compliance and supervision. Just to define the terms the way they're usually used, people talk about RegTech as being tools that are used by the financial industry to achieve compliance, and then SupTech or supervisory tech is used by regulators. And if I could have the next slide, they're really two sides of the same coin. The technologies underneath them not only should be very similar, but it's very important that as they evolve, they begin to evolve together so that they're interoperable, so that regulators will be asking banks and firms for information in the form that they are creating it in SupTech, in RegTech, to work toward a highly interoperable system. They will be different, of course, and regulators will always need, as Rudy mentioned, I'm a former bank regulator myself. Regulators will always need some unique proprietary tools, but they need to be compatible. Next slide, please. So you can go on to the next slide. So we asked the question, why is this the future? And the thing that I want to emphasize in my talk today, pardon me, is the fact that we're in a situation where government technology and industry compliance technology is falling behind the pace of exponential change in regulatory technology. I'm sorry. And the nature of exponential change is illustrated in this quote by the futurist Ray Kurzweil, who talks about the difference between linear and exponential change. He says, if I take 30 steps linearly, I get to 30. If I take 30 steps exponentially, I get to 1 billion. And my next few slides illustrate this pattern. And you could just page through them. If you have exponential change like in the rate of technology that's doubling and redoubling again, it means that in 5 years, the pace of change is 32 times more advanced. Next slide, please. Pardon me again. And in 20 years, it's 1 million times more advanced. And the next slide, please. In 50 years, it's 1 quadrillion times more advanced. This is the nature of exponential change. Next slide, please. And one of the points I hope to leave you with today is that the nature of this pattern of change is that for a long time, it looks very gradual. It appears that the curve of change is fairly flat. And then it suddenly takes on this shape of a hockey stick shaped curve. And the challenge for regulators and risk managers is the risk of being caught underneath that curve, because once it starts to redouble at this effort, technology change, it's possible that we can never catch up with it again because it's continuing to accelerate. And our brains, our institutions are wired for linear change, but we're dealing with technology that's changing at this speed. And so we're all going to have to move much more rapidly. If you go to the next slide, this is a quote from Financial Conduct Authority regulator in 2018, who said that they realized that if they hold still and try to figure out exactly what they should do, in effect, they would be accelerating backwards. If they spent 2 years trying to study what to do, they would find themselves 10 years behind where they needed to be. And therefore, there's a necessity to speed up. This is what RegTech and SupTech are going to do. And as technology transforms the financial sector itself, the regulators and risk managers are finding it increasingly difficult to see into the system that they're supposed to be overseeing. They have blind spots. If we look at how regulation is done today in finance, there's a lot of reliance on sampled information or periodic reporting or summary information. And as all of the systems underneath this, and certainly in the case of AML, the activities are moving faster and faster and faster, the regulator or the risk manager is having more and more trouble seeing the whole picture of what's happening. So the only way to counter that is by using technology to track this technology. So if we turn to the next slide, we think it's a compelling case that this change is inevitable and is going to come. But again, speaking as a former bank regulator myself, I will say it's very difficult and there are a lot of barriers to overcome. And I'll start with RegTech, if I could have the next slide. I think a lot of people globally have been a little surprised that RegTech has taken as long as it has to catch on. There are RegTech tools being created for industry's use that are very effective, and yet the uptake has been difficult. And the reasons for that include some of the things that Alexander talked about before. You're trying to incorporate these new digital tools in legacy analog age technology. You're trying to implement them with people who have traditional compliance skills and are not high tech in the way they tend to work. We definitely see concern among risk managers, fear that the machine is going to take over all the jobs, which I think is not true. The machines are going to take over a lot of mundane jobs, but we're going to need the human beings' insight to be able to figure out exactly what we should be doing. We also see that the industry's uptake of RegTech is dampened by perceived skepticism from the regulators. And I'm going to talk about the regulators in a moment. But regulators have not seen these tools before extensively. And there's an atmosphere of regulatory uncertainty in which the industry is unclear on whether it's okay to use a new RegTech tool. If you're a bank and you're worried that your bank examiner is going to criticize a technology they haven't seen before, you're very reluctant to use it. I also want to point to two other barriers that I think are very important. One is that most RegTech has developed with so-called point solutions. If we're talking about AML, it may be a solution for solving the know your customer rule, or it may be a solution for activity monitoring, or it may be a solution for case management, or it may be a digital ID tool and a beneficial ownership kind of tool. And a lot of banks have looked at these technologies and said that even though the solution might be superior to what the firm is already using, there's a concern that it will be too much trouble to integrate it into the legacy systems that we talked about before. And last but not least, I think the uptake has also been limited by the fact that these firms, these RegTech firms, by definition, are young. They are digitally native firms. We do see some older firms that are offering good digital solution, but the cutting edge of innovation in this field is coming from firms that started out digitally from the beginning, never had to convert over from mainframe computers and so on. And that means they don't have long track records, and it's been difficult to be confident on whether they can really do what they say they're going to do. If I could have my next slide. I think we're at a turning point in this. It seems to me that there's a breakthrough underway globally. If you look at a firm like Tukitaki, for example, tremendous interest in the opportunities that are coming with some of the newer offerings. And we also are seeing rapidly rising investment in the RegTech space. We're even seeing some RegTech firms becoming unicorns in the sense of having more than $1 billion in net worth or in valuation. An example of that recently in the United States is Alloy, which I think has a valuation on its Series C round recently of $1 or $2 or $1.3 billion. And so we're seeing maturing of these solutions. They have been around for many of them 5 years, even longer. And they're starting to prove themselves out. And then the other thing that's happening is people are starting to solve the point solution problem by connecting them up. There's a project at ING Bank, for example, called Orchestrate, which is trying to bring together suites of RegTech solutions. And if you use one, they'll automatically be interoperable with the others. So I think technology is starting to solve those problems. If we turn to SupTech, the next slide, and look at the barriers there, and you can go on to the next slide again, they're similar to the ones for RegTech, legacy technologies and compliance skills being very traditional. And as Alexander referenced, a tremendous amount of cultural difficulty. I keep saying I'm a former regulator. I have great sympathy for the regulators and the difficulties that they find in meeting these challenges, but nevertheless, there's a tremendous cultural challenge that's necessary as we go to widespread adoption. So very briefly, if you go to the next, actually 2 slides ahead, I do think that, that money laundering and terrorism are the leading use cases in the world for adoption of both SupTech and RegTech. If you could go to the next slide, please. And there's a lot of reasons for that. In fact, one more slide ahead, please. The fact is that there's not widespread satisfaction with how we're doing in solving for money laundering and terrorist financing. The UN numbers have been widely quoted from a few years back that there may be something near $2 trillion annually in financial crime, and that we're catching less than 1% of it with our old tools. And this is despite the fact that it's the most expensive area of compliance and regulatory spending for the industry. Many tens of billions of dollars are spent globally on this, and yet we're getting this 99% failure rate. So people know that it's time for something new. They also know that the criminals and terrorists have very advanced technology, and that the government and the banks are going to have something similar to keep up. Next slide, please. I'll point to a few areas where I think there's a great deal of there is progress emerging, and what are the keys to the progress, and then I hope we'll talk about these more in the panel. We are seeing a tremendous shift toward interoperability and data sharing, which was mentioned earlier. We're not going to be able to solve these problems unless we can find safe ways to share data much more widely, get it out of its silos, connect it up within the industry, between banks, with banks and governments, between governments. You can only catch small scale problems if you can't get big sets of data. And there is progress on privacy enhancing technologies that can potentially enable more data sharing safely without undermining the privacy of the people who are being investigated or compromising the cases. And then we are seeing this explosion of data combined with, as Alexander said, machine learning and natural language processing that can find the patterns in data. Even if we're not sure who's involved, these crimes have typologies which can be recognized if you have enough data and you have good enough AI tools being used to analyze it and then try to find out who is involved with it. I also think that the emergence of cryptocurrency and blockchains is going to provide breakthroughs because of the transparency of blockchains and the ability to do very efficient learning on these high-tech companies. And so we're seeing initiatives throughout the world. If you go to the next slide, the Financial Conduct Authority in the UK ran 2 big tech sprints on this, and the motto was, it takes a network to defeat a network. And my advice is to begin really to figure out how to network and make all of this information interoperable. And I'll end with what I hope is a provocative note on the next slide, that I think there's a lot to be said for emphasizing soup tech, having the regulators get these very powerful tools into their hands, because when that happens, the reg tech tools will be adopted too, because no regulated entity wants its regulator to know more than it does about what its problems may be, and there'll be rapid adoption of reg tech. So thank you for your attention, and I look forward very much to the conversation in the panel.
Thank you, Joanne, for your insightful and interesting presentation on RegTech and SupTech. RegTech aims to speed up compliance, supervisory, and simplify the release of requirements linked to onboard financial customer, as the rate of change of technology is exponentially, like what you just mentioned. How to use better technology and innovate to reduce barrier so regulator won't be left behind. For instance, in finding international financial crime activity in the US, where only 1% successful of $2 trillion worth of annual financial crime. And the only way we can overcome this is with better technology, more set of data in real time, and AI against the adversary. Ladies and gentlemen of this prominent panel discussion, now let us move to the third panelist, Mr. Abhishek Chatterjee, founder and CEO of Tukitaki Holding Pte. Limited. Please welcome Mr. Abhishek. Abhishek, the screen and time is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me just share my screen. Thank you, everybody, for making me part of this esteemed panel. Really glad to be here. As I was thinking through what we would talk about in this panel, there were two sort of broad areas that came to my mind. Speak about this topic, both from a SupTech, RegTech angle, or choose anything specific and make it from a practitioner's point of view. So today, with the 10 minutes that we have, I decided to take a more practitioner point of view to really share some real RegTech cases that are being used, especially in the fight against financial crime. Talk about few of the case studies that have been coming out, and finally end it with a few notes on what are the key sort of initiatives that are especially going on in the local markets, especially in the ASEAN market, and just keep it as a food for thought. So the way I have sort of created this agenda is quickly talk about the current state in AML compliance. I will talk about the next gen RegTech AML tools that are currently being utilized in the local markets, a few case studies, and then how industry is adopting those case studies across the industry. So, so talking about the current state in AML, right? We know financial crime is one of the biggest evils of our society, and it's been quoted everywhere, right? So it is a proven fact, and anything that we can really do to sort of mitigate that is one of the biggest areas that we need to really focus on. Now, I think Joanne and everybody talks about that financial crime is an unprecedented problem beyond the social elements of it. Almost $2 trillion is actually getting laundered. But if I take a step back, we will see that even though such large money is being laundered, efforts to control money laundering is quite ineffective these days. If you talk about a lot of the new news that are coming up, we heard about Credit Suisse recently about certain sort of accounts which should not have been there is still there. So what we are seeing is, even though we know financial crime is a large problem, even though a lot of money is getting laundered, efforts has been quite ineffective to what we really expect it to be doing. So to sort of enable that process, what we are seeing is regulators around the globe are introducing stricter rules. They're getting more sort of involved in the overall process. We can see a lot of regulators bringing in certain regulatory elements. Local regulators in HKMA, Taiwan, Singapore are bringing in specific scenarios. They are enabling the ecosystem to take on more innovative tools to manage those situations. And there is a general trend towards modernization of those control mechanisms that we are really looking forward to. Now, what we are also seeing that the regulatory net is not just being covering the large banks, it's also sort of encompassing the new age players, neobank, cross-border payments, digital wallets. And we are seeing that quite prominently in the local ASEAN ecosystem, where there is much more, belief and a view that it's not just the bank, but the entire system needs to be managed more critically than the banking sector that we used to be. So the non-banking segment is sort of now looked at more critically than what it was before. Now, if you look at, shift from, the situation where we sort of know that, financial crime is a big problem. There's a lot of money being laundered. We know that the regulators are getting more stricter, and a lot of the efforts that we are doing might not be fully effective. What we are also realizing that the traditional financial crime software, according to the industry and what sort of the overall industry is moving, is unable to keep up with the emerging compliant requirements. We know that there are a lot of static controls, a lot of custom built. When we are bringing in machine learning and AI tools, they are generally black boxes. There are a lot of question on ROI realization. What do you do? Then finally, when you bring these advanced analytics, it's very difficult to integrate as well as operationalize it. One process is sort of bringing the tools, but how do you really operationalize? Joan touched upon the point. The biggest challenge is operationalization and using it in a BAU level to see the ROI that you require. Now, those are the challenges in the traditional financial crime software that we are seeing across the board. Now, shifting gears, what are the industry doing across the ecosystem to sort of really bring in the next gen RegTechs to make the AML software adoption more pervasive and ubiquitous? And I'm sharing a lot of these new age technology that we are seeing in the Asian ASEAN market in the last 9 to 12 months. And what we are seeing is the trends in AML are primarily broken into 6 buckets, depending on banks, fintechs, money service businesses that are prevalent in the Asian market. Especially what we are looking in the ASEAN market, there has been a massive growth in the wallets and any sort of digital assets, as well as overall the digital ecosystem of payment players that are coming up, especially to sort of bring the unbanked into the ecosystem as well. So the 6 key things that we are seeing being adopted, one is advanced detection, being able to detect a lot of the new AML crime typologies are coming up. We know that during COVID, most of the ASEAN market had been hit very badly with scams and frauds and various types of layering scenarios. So advanced detection are becoming very norm. We are seeing a lot of the new age digital banks adopting them right from day one. One of the key things that we are also seeing is real time, meaning if you look at India's Aadhaar's program, if you look at what's happening in Singapore, gone are the time where you require like 3 days to onboard customers. It's just becoming real time. And then any sort of technology that sort of enables that real time behavior is being adopted so that it can bring a more seamless support to client onboarding and client maintenance process. Third is automation and continuous learning. There has been a big push towards automation in SAR narration filing, automation in detection, automation in the overall process of managing the AML program. There are multiple areas that are being taken. The fourth element, which we are seeing a lot of adoption, is holistic customer risk, which a lot of the regulators are calling dynamic risk review process. It's a very key element that is being considered, especially the learnings from what we call as legal misuse of funds, which is understanding shell companies and having a more risk-based approach to reviewing customer, and tools around that is being adopted in quite a bit. Finally, I think, which I would like to point out, is user-driven interactive workflows. That's what we are seeing a biggest sort of adoption as well. Gone are the days where enterprise software does not look as nice as retail sort of software. That perception is being changed, and more effective, usable driven workflow is being adopted across the region. And in our view, all these are actually instances that we are seeing being adopted in the local markets to improve the overall AML process. Now, just to make this this technology that we talked about more real, where are they actually being used, right? It's not just one area of the overall process, it's actually being used across the industry. What we are seeing is it's being used in the onboarding process, it's being used in the customer scoring, it's being used in enhanced due diligence, it's being used across customer refresh. So it's not just one area of the process, the entire value chain is actually onboarding these sort of tools to make it more effective and creating a more sort of a powerful program on the overall scheme of things. Finally, I'll switch gears. And as I said, I talked about the overall AML state. We talked about the new age tools. Now we really wanted to sort of talk about some case studies that we are seeing in the industry as a whole. What we are seeing is there are a lot of these European local banks who are sort of adopting use cases, and they are being published. There was a recent FATF report where all sort of these use cases were published globally, where adoption of AI email tools are much more pervasive than what it was before. But then I also wanted to sort of talk about some real use case that we came across with. There was a recent G20 BIS forum where there was a specific topology on how layering of funds to finance terrorism using certain crypto wallets was detected, working across multiple jurisdictions. And what we are sort of seeing in a consistent fashion is these topologies are being available to both banks and fintechs. And there is a bit of expectation, at least in the local context, that we are seeing is that these sort of digital wallets, banks should be knowing all these and should start to take action as when required. The other one, which has been very common in the local context, is one of the large local banks had adopted an AML solution and sort of showcased that how the tool had not only been able to improve their overall detection, but also the operational efficiency process that we talked about. So it's not just broad use cases shared by regulatory bodies, but it's also real institutions locally who are talking about them publicly and saying that how the new age tools have been helping them. This specific example is, had been reported recently that it's coming up. And we are seeing a massive uptick of that in the region, is primarily imposter scams. We are seeing massive sort of cases of this sort of scams coming up. And what we are seeing is that in the local ecosystem, a lot of the wallets and the banks are sort of creating topologies and mechanisms to stop. But the reason I'm picking this up is 3 or 4 of the cases are what we are seeing very commonly across the ecosystem coming up. And what we are also seeing that, being able to sort of proactively look into those cases has benefited a lot of the local ecosystem. The final one is the money mule scam. Again, the money mule and the imposter scams are the ones that are sort of coming up very prevalently, and a lot of action is being taken on these couple of efforts. The next topic I just quickly wanted to sort of say is that, how is the overall industry adoption to it?
I think you have 2 more minutes.
Sure. So I think that the regulators overall are tracking cases globally. We were recently invited to a FATF forum where, these cases were shared and we presented them. The regulators are helping adopting these technologies globally as well in a lot of initiatives that they're making. And I think that from a practitioner point of view, there are 3 big areas. One, overall increasing capability in detection, being able to sort of manage expectations, and number 1, being able to manage the increasing cost are the 3 broad areas that I think industry should look at to make it more pervasive and make RegTech more sort of their part of AML CFT detection process. That being said, thank you so much for your time and would love to sort of answer any questions in the process.
Thank you, Mr. Abhishek, for very interesting financial crime use case and case study from global AML compliance platform, layering funds for finance terrorism, and your case study on imposter scam. We are not only tackling the problem of money laundering or terrorist financing, but also financial crime is the biggest threat in our society. Alexander, Joanne, and you also said that traditional tools are unable to keep pace with emerging compliance requirements. The challenge is of increasing complexity of threat because the adversary also using the next generation technology and exponential volume growth of data that we need to cleanse to analyze using AI. Last but not least, let us now invite the 4th panelist, Mr. Marshall Pribadi, Chair of IRLA, Indonesian RegTech Legal Tech Association, to deliver his interesting presentation. Please welcome Mr. Marshall. The screen and time is yours, Mr. Marshall.
Thank you so much, Pak Rudi. Can we have the slides? Right. Next slide, please. Right. So, yeah, as we all know and has been addressed by the previous speakers, that RegTech and supervisory tech is a very new thing, especially in Indonesia. And we are really grateful that OJK, through the innovative financial group, has been really supportive in the implementation of and growing the industry of RegTech and SupTech. And as of course the players, the industry players are also mostly startups, new companies. Yeah. So we really need to work together hand in hand to introduce these new realms of using new technologies for the financial sectors, which are already established for even 100 years, right? So that's why we established this association, Indonesian RegTech and Legal Tech Association, to work together to build the awareness, to work hand in hand with the regulators and industry in order for us to be able to sort out the new challenges coming from the digital financial platforms, in which in turn will create new challenges for the AML and ATF. So we have four key areas to address. First is about the identity and privacy. We are really aware that a trusted single identity in the cyberspace is the cornerstone of combating the AML and ATF. It serves as the fundamental foundation in order to do the identification and combating the financial crimes. And a trusted ID is also really important in order for us to do a much more robust regulatory and compliance management and in turn regulatory reporting. Next slide, please. Here are the current members of the association, starting from accounting system for taxation, including tax reports, and we have members who are doing digital identity and digital signatures. We also have members who are providing regulatory compilation tools, which always updates with the new regulations and provide robust tools for the industry, the compliance division of the financial industry to understand the regulations better and to of course, to comply with it better. We also have an AI and big data companies that analyze identities, performing eKYCs, and also providing additional data layers to analyze an entity or a person's financial transactions. Next. Well, as actually it's already been beautifully laid out by Joanne previously, here are the key challenges of the RegTech and in turns the SupTech implementation in Indonesia. First is the lack of awareness. This is a novel thing for us. So of course, if you're not really aware of what it is, what RegTech is capable of, what would be the effect of applying a RegTech technology to replace the current AML and ATF manual efforts. Of course, it will be a hurdle for the industry and the regulators to adopt it. So this is one of the key challenges that we need to address as an association. Secondly, is about the direction from the regulators, like what is the data standards and the interoperability standards that is expected of the system, the RegTech system and the SupTech systems, that in turn can be adopted, can be applied by the financial industries in order to enhance or even replace some of their manual process. What is the standards that will be accepted by the regulators? We really need a firm regulations or at least directions in order for the industry to be confident to apply the regulatory technology. And also the stance of the regulators on the adoption of cloud-based RegTech by financial institutions, especially the ones with much stricter regulations, like banks, for example. So, of course, the easiest way, the lowest hanging fruit to try using a RegTech service is the one that is applied on cloud. But we also need the direction from the regulators in order for the banks to use it. And then we also need the help from the regulators to help us to promote the use of RegTech to replace the manual compliance procedures that, of course, those procedures have undergone the approvals from the regulators and has been used for many years. Another challenge is lack of skills. It is a fact that most of the players here in Indonesia or probably in other parts of the world as well, that they are startups. And of course, financial institutions have some bias that if you are not using a big tech company that is already well established, and then they get hesitancy to try the service of a new startup companies, worried about the service reliability or whether small companies could provide suitable services for them, which is large FIs, banks, insurance, leasing companies and stuff. And lastly, since Indonesia is still in the progress of enacting the Personal Data Protection Act, it's also one of the key challenges, because, of course, especially banks, they are really careful about the privacy of the data of their customers, including their personal data, their financial records and stuff. So when they are about to use a third party, in this case, a RegTech solution provider, since the Data Protection Act is not in place yet, then they might be hesitant to work on the data of their customers with the RegTech vendors. Next slide, please. So here are some of the key strategies that we are going to apply this year and onwards. Of course, first things first, the most important thing is to get everyone on the same page, that RegTech will be really beneficial to combat the AML and ATF. It could prevent the amount of damages that could happen from financial crimes. Yeah. But of course, there's a lot of things that we need to agree on, yeah, before we could apply RegTech and SupTech effectively. And second, we're always trying to encourage our members, yeah, during our FGDs, and that in order to foster the rapid early adoption of the technology, we need to aim for low-hanging fruits, yeah, meaning that we have to start tackling things, yeah, taking little steps which will give immediate benefits for the RegTech implementations, in which we hope that with very concrete immediate benefits, then the willingness from the industry to adopt the RegTech could be much faster. Next. Right. So another issue is that most of the RegTech startups are founded by people who have tech background, tech educations, and maybe a lot of their previous experiences in tech companies as well. Well, in order to provide an effective RegTech or even a supervisory technology solution, then we also need talents who really possess significant compliance and risk expertise as well. So one of the program of the association is to attract talents. Even if some of the seasoned regulators who has been supervising AML and ATF risk and compliance, right? It would be great if they could join RegTech companies, provide insightful expertise in order to build solid RegTech companies. Of course, we also need expertise in the compliance in the AML ATF field. So that is one of the challenges. Yeah. Founders with tech backgrounds or business backgrounds only will not be able to rapidly understand and tackle what is the most pressing issues, yeah, in this field of AML and ATF.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, and then we are also encouraging our members to offer friendly POC terms. Yeah, so one of the key barriers to sell new solutions to big banks, insurance companies, leasing companies is that if we charge the service, then for a POC, then they need budget approvals and stuff. So with offering friendly POC terms, everyone could just try it first. That would be helpful to foster the rapid adoption. Next slide, please. Right. And as also already mentioned by Joanne, right? So even criminals are working in groups. They shared information among them, yeah, in order to conduct their attacks, in order to conduct the financial crimes. So it's impossible if the FIs, so financial institutions, are also not working together to combat it. And as much as RegTech is very good, it wouldn't do much, yeah, if it cannot combine all of the information, all of the data, yeah, from all financial institutions, from all the data sources, yeah, in order to create a good machine learning, in terms of good AI to help to effectively combat the financial crimes. And of course, in order to scale up the companies, to gain better technologies, to gain better skills, of course, funding is really needed for the RegTech players. So there is one of the association's agenda to promote RegTech companies as a growing technology to acquire fundings from investors. Awareness, I've tackled that matter. And lastly is the adoption of digital identity, as it is the cornerstone of having a great AML and ATF strategies in the cyber era. Looking forward for our panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for your insightful presentation. Yes, digital trust identity, EKYC, is the cornerstone of AML and CFT in this COVID-19 pandemic, and it should be enforced. IRLA Association recommend regulator OJK to share AML and CFT database among financial institutions to help each other industry, because hacker and adversary also sharing and exchange their data. And in Indonesia, we have the Draft Data Protection Act, we call it RUU PDP, should be effective and enforced as fast as possible so that RegTech can be enforced with related to data privacy sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we have listened to all very interesting presentation and insight from all 4 distinguished and resources panelists. Now, let us move to the most interesting Q&A session. Without further ado, let us start with the first question to all panelists, starting from Mr. Alex, Ms. Joanne, Abhishek, and Mr. Marshall. The first question is, based on your experience, which AML and CFT area have seen the most successful? And also, which one has the most challenging or even unsuccessful or failure with the implementation of this new RegTech and SupTech? Maybe start with Alex, Alexander.
Thank you, Rudy. Well, I in the context of this question, I'm probably not the best place to comment, as I think represent more technological technology side of things rather than being part of the RegTech or SupTech community. So I cannot comment on the successes and challenges, but from my experience, I think the human factor, and that's something that I already mentioned in my presentation, is usually one of the most challenging, and the human resources, the workforce that are working in this sector are probably, unfortunately, but that's just the human nature, probably are least willing to change. So easy successes usually come where human resources, the people who are dealing with new technologies, have less requirements for a change and can easily adopt them. And obviously when the change is rather radical, that usually is met with some serious resistance. That's just a few thoughts from my side, but as I said, I cannot comment on it like from the perspective of somebody who's working in this sector. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe from the technology side, you mentioned in your presentation the problem with big data, is that right? It's also the most challenging, and because the growth of big data is so large, and this big data, yeah, you need to cleanse it, and probably this is what can you comment on it?
Yes, yeah. As I said, the big data has been a buzzword already for quite some time, and everybody got very much excited to get as much data as possible and then build their machine learning models on it. While it can produce impressive results, sometimes it requires enormous computational resources only to ingest more and more data from every possible sources. But also more computational resources to train those models and process those huge data sets. And a shift in approach to this big data problem, I think, began to get traction in last year, in 2021, perhaps with one of the most renowned AI experts in this field, Andrew Ng, voicing his skepticism about the big data only approach. The practice shows that in some cases, a machine learning model trained on a small number of good cases, and good, of course, is something that has to be defined. Those models can prove to be more efficient than those trained on huge data sets. So the resources required for the former case can be negligible compared to the latter. So it does not mean, however, that the big data should be replaced with good data. In many applications, there's no way to do it. Also, from regulatory point of view, to avoid processing ever-growing amounts of data. However, it turns out that some AI algorithms can be trained on pre-selected and clean data sets that can produce better pattern recognition rate than those that deal with less structured data. So that's the point that I wanted to make, like a little bit skeptical about the big data only. And I think other speakers, other panelists also mentioned that the growth of data is happening exponentially, and we still have to keep the old data at least for some time, and dealing with this with those huge data sets is becoming not entirely impossible, but simply impractical.
Thank you, Pak Mr. Alex. Yeah, so big data, good big data is what is count, and the challenge is how to clean the data set, right? Because of this growth of data. Okay, now we move to Ms. Joanne. Maybe you have some thought on the first question.
Yes, happy to comment. There was actually a question to me in the Q&A channel, which I accidentally deleted, but asking if I'm optimistic about the ability for RegTech and SupTech to really make a big difference in catching these crimes. And I am very optimistic. I think that we're seeing breakthrough in effectiveness really at every point in the chain in AML work, from the customer identification front end. I was really happy to hear the discussion from my friend Sanjay Jain before this panel. Tremendous work going on in being able to identify people, including moving toward identifying complex entities through beneficial ownership types of requirements, and then on through pattern recognition of the customer activity and at every step. And I just would point to a couple of things that I think are maybe worth pulling out. One is that the AML area has been notorious for having very, very high rates of false positives. One of the reasons it's been so expensive to implement AML compliance is that the rule of thumb that we hear is that the items that are flagged as potentially money laundering and need to be investigated have about a 90% false positive rate. So a lot of time, hours and hours, are going into investigating matters that turn out not to be money laundering. And then of the ones that the bank or the financial company may identify as worthy of reporting to the government as suspicious activity, again, a 90% false positive rate. And at the same time, we know we're not catching the false negatives, which means we're not catching the actual crimes. And I think that this is really being improved through these kinds of methods that we're talking about, pattern analysis, through machine learning, including natural language processing. And I guess the last thing I'll say is I'm also seeing worldwide much more integration of the the regulatory compliance and supervisory work with the actual law enforcement work, so that we're putting better information into the hands of the law enforcement people who need to investigate and catch these crimes. There are a lot of success stories developing around the world. And that's partly because we've knocked down that silo to a great extent, where traditionally the industry was looking at these issues as compliance, process, and nobody was really asking, are we giving good information to our law enforcement authorities so that they can actually stop the crimes? I think that is really, really improving.
Yeah, Ms. Joanne, there is a question from the floor. Yeah, it's from Yusnida Arsianti. It's directly to Ms. Joanne. The question is: it was quite disappointing to see that despite of the effort of AML and CFT being done, the success rate is only 1%. Do you see that RegTech and SubTech boosting this trend exponentially in the future? That's a question from the...
Yes, thank you. That was the one I tried to answer. And yeah, I'm very optimistic that they're going to transform the whole situation. And if you think about this from the mindset of the criminal, these crimes are incredibly lucrative. We're talking about drug and weapons trafficking and wildlife and looted antiquities and human trafficking, not to mention terrorism. If you can make money in these fields and have less than a 1% chance of getting caught, people are going to be attracted to them. If we could get the catch rate up to 15% or 20%, it's never going to be perfect. But then you could really start to see real deterrence to these crimes. And you'd have the ability to roll up the global rings of criminals that are increasingly behind these. The way we've had it in the past, you can catch the low-level criminals who are local and who one bank can identify, but they don't find the relationships to the people at the top. And I do think that that's starting to change.
Thank you, Joanne. Okay, let's go back to the first question, because now we will hear from Mr. Abhishek and Mr. Marshall about the first question. Could you answer those questions?
Sure, I can start.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the points that Joanne mentioned, and especially in the local region, what we are seeing is adoption of three set of technology trends that are coming up. One, we are seeing from a existing banking scenario, there is a lot of efforts being taken to really improve the process of the overall alerts management. As we talked about, it's almost 90% of those alerts might not be productive or might not be real value. So there are technologies being introduced to bring them in a way so that they're much more efficient in handling them. So that's one of the technologies that we are seeing a massive adoption in the local ASEAN market and the Asian market. The second area that we are seeing is especially around detecting certain set of typologies, which we call as shell companies or legal misuse of funds. That is an area that we are seeing, technology is being used to sort of really look through, be it a graph or anything. And the third one is sharing of information. How can information be shared in a privacy protected way, not just across banks, but across regulators, law enforcement? That is also being, so I would say these are the top three things that we are seeing locally.
Thank you. Probably Mr. Marshall want to comment on that question?
Yeah, so in line with the other speakers, first thing is that shared database, in a way that is still in line with the data privacy principles and regulations is really needed. And the digital ID count. So let's imagine when a person must have a digital ID count, and every time he establishes a new entity, a business, for example, a company, yeah, it's always recorded on the log of his digital ID count. And whenever he opens up bank accounts or insurance or investment accounts, or when he purchases foreign currencies, yeah, for example, or registering to a cryptocurrency exchange, for example, it's always recorded on the digital identity log. Yeah, I think that's a good start. Yeah. So when we are talking about big data, it's more about what kind of data that we have. Yeah, if we already tie in all of the activities to the digital ID count of everyone, and then the data that could be analyzed is not isolated on specific transactions with between that person with a certain financial institutions, then it will be very beneficial for the AML and CFT efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. There is one question on the Q&A, is from Kaylee. The question is, while the numbers of digital identity and AML CFT transaction monitoring and reporting solution are increasing and RegTech firms have proliferated, is there any challenge relating to significant gap of supervisory and regulators capacity and adoption of these technologies? Maybe question to all, maybe starting from Pak Alex, Mr. Alex.
Okay, just let me quickly. Well, I can again only provide more kind of theoretical common sense comments to this question. Yeah. The change is difficult, I think. We are not building on something from scratch, and resources are not infinite, and from that perspective, it's difficult. It requires a separate strategy to implement such process for it to go smoothly and all the way up, you know, taking all steps forward. So that's what my thoughts are about it. Basically, new technologies, again, older workforce, additional training required, and of course adequate financial resources. What I've seen while preparing for this webinar, like doing my personal research on the topic of the success stories of RegTech and SupTech, and this is what I see, that in many cases these projects end up having, let's say, subpar efficiency, thanks to although the implementation and the solution provide results which are better compared to, let's say, previous usage of legacy systems, the resources that are spent on it very frequently are exceeding the previous expenditure. So I guess that is something that keeps this the adoption rate from going at a higher going upwards, so to say.
Anybody else would like to answer? Maybe Joanne, or maybe Pak Bisek, because we are running out of time. Any of you?
I would just say quickly that there's a tremendous need for education of regulators. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. My nonprofit is actually launching a regulatory education program, including one that a version that will just be open to people to come to courses globally online whenever they want to. And we've got to raise the basic level of understanding at the regulatory agencies. It's not anyone's fault. It's just that the agencies were not built for the environment that we're in. So we need to attend to that for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Johan. Mr. Abhishek, would you like to comment?
Yeah, meaning I'll sort of agree with Johan that a huge amount of education is required. And I think certain regulators have already started the process, the hackathons in UK and the innovation programs with MAS. So I think the process has started, but still we need a different level of endeavor required to make that happen. But I would say that from a good note, the process has started and we are seeing a lot of these programs coming up.
Yeah. Pak Marshall, would you like to comment?
Yeah, adding up to what Alex has said, in order to reduce the cost compared to the effectiveness of the implementation of new technologies for this method, then we need to scale up the industry. It's impossible to provide new technologies which is really robust and already working really well. Without a lot amount of data learning, without a lot of times and efforts and the talents, right? So we need commitment from all the players, the industry, the RegTech players, the FIs, the regulators, in order to have a big scale POC, and only then we could accelerate the process to make the shift, to make this technology much more effective and efficient.
Thank you, Pak Marshall. Ladies and gentlemen, finally we complete this interesting Q&A session and we reach the end of this panel discussion session, hoping that this event will give lots of insight and take away from these distinguished panelists and also question and answer from audience. Let us give a round of applause to all of the prominent panelists, speaker, and to all of us. Probably the organizer would like to take a photo session before we wrap up. Okay, I will make a photo session. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, so we finish this Q&A this session. So stay safe, stay healthy, and enjoy the rest of this webinar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om. Let me return the screen and back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and let's give a round of applause, please. Okay, thank you to the moderator and all speakers for a very exciting discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the first panel session, and we will begin the second session shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fourth topic, MLTF risk mitigation in the age of digital innovation, which will be moderated by Mr. Dino Milano Siregar, Senior Executive Analyst of OJK Digital Financial Innovation Group. Please welcome Mr. Dino Milano Siregar.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to everyone. Here we come to the topic for this morning about the money laundering and terrorist financing risk mitigation in the age of digital innovations. We will welcome several presenters here that has their own role and the important role at their positions for today. And not to waste many time, for the first panelist, I will welcome Mr. Zudan, Prof. Zudan, as the Director of General of Population and Civil Registration, Direktur Jenderal Kependudukan dan Pencatatan Sipil Indonesia. Mungkin bisa kita kenalkan terkait dengan CV-nya. Mr. Zudan is holding several role and positions and title, as well as the General Chairperson of the National Corporate Management Board, Chairman of the Indonesian Traditional Karate Federation, General Chairperson of the Indonesian Bonsai House, interesting, Head of the Anur Mask Management Agency, Ministry of Home Affairs, Head of IKA Law Faculty of UNS, and Postgraduate Lecturer at Borobudur University, Jayabaya, University of Indonesia, UNS Solo, IPDN, UPH, Pelita Harapan, and University of Untuk, Surabaya. The interesting is that Mr. Zudan has held his professor of law since October 1st, 2004 at 35 years old. It is a very, very awesome personality of Mr. Zudan. And he was born on the 24th of August in 1964. And I will present Mr. Zudan, Prof. Zudan. Selamat pagi, Prof.
Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I will introduce one by one of the speaker, not all at this time. And Mr. Zudan will present about his view about this topic for today. And we need to look at his vision of Indonesian visions on digital ID implementation and regarding of the money laundering and terrorist financing risk mitigation in the age of digital innovations. The place and time is yours, Mr. Zudan.
Ya, terima kasih. Selamat pagi seluruh narasumber. Saya ingin menyampaikan dalam bahasa Indonesia seluruh hadirin pada kesempatan pagi hari ini yang sangat saya muliakan. Kalau kita melihat perkembangan pada saat ini, ada satu fenomena yang menarik ketika kita semua mulai menyadari pentingnya satu data di dalam proses identifikasi, autentikasi, sampai dengan proses kita melakukan otorisasi dalam berbagai pelayanan, terutama di industri keuangan. Apa yang kami kerjakan selama kurang lebih 7 tahun terakhir menunjukkan satu perkembangan yang sangat signifikan. Apalagi dengan didukung terbangunnya big data kependudukan. Penduduk Indonesia 273 juta, sekarang sudah berada dalam big data kependudukan by name, by address. Jadi sudah banyak sekali sudah banyak sekali data kependudukan kita yang dimanfaatkan untuk berbagai proses pelayanan publik, terutama untuk pelayanan kesehatan, pelayanan di industri keuangan, sampai kemudian digunakan untuk penegakan hukum dan pencegahan kriminal dengan penggunaan NIK, Single Identity Number, kemudian face recognition berbasis foto wajah dan berbasis sidik jari atau fingerprint. Nah, proses ini terus kita kembangkan dan saat ini sudah ada 4.600 lembaga yang bekerja sama untuk proses identifikasi, autentikasi sampai dengan otorisasi dengan berbasis data kependudukan dan KTP elektronik. Penduduk Indonesia yang harus memiliki KTP elektronik berjumlah kurang lebih 198 juta dan saat ini sudah 99,21% yang memiliki KTP elektronik. Nah, ini menjadikan arah kita untuk mewujudkan single identity number dan identitas digital sudah semakin dekat. Dengan 99% KTPL sudah dimiliki oleh penduduk, maka proses berikutnya adalah memindahkan KTPL yang tercetak tadi ke dalam sistem digital, ke dalam gadget. Nah, saat ini kita sudah mulai berproses ke sana. Pekan ini kita sudah melatih pegawai-pegawai di daerah 514 kabupaten kota untuk mengikuti pelatihannya. Seluruh Indonesia kita latih dulu operatornya. Dan bertahap ini sudah kita lakukan uji cobanya dari tahun 2020. Nah, mohon izin saya ingin share video sedikit tentang identitas digital di Indonesia yang sedang kita kerjakan. Kira-kira seperti ini videonya. Silakan rekan-rekan dari operator. Suaranya kok tidak terdengar, rekan-rekan? Tolong diulangi suaranya.
Halo,
dimunculkan.
Assalamualaikum. Apa kabar teman-teman semuanya? Semoga tetap sehat dan selalu semangat. Teman-teman, banyak yang bertanya pada saya tentang identitas digital. Pertanyaannya begini, Pak, kalau tidak punya handphone bagaimana? Pak, kalau di tempat kami banyak blank spot, banyak yang tidak ada jaringan bagaimana? Teman-teman, saya beritahu ya, untuk bisa memiliki identitas digital, syaratnya harus memiliki handphone atau smartphone. Kemudian daerahnya harus ada jaringan dan masyarakatnya harus bisa menggunakan teknologi. Untuk itu, maka Dukcapil tetap memberikan pelayanan pembuatan identitas digital ini secara bertahap. Yang belum punya handphone, belum ada jaringan, tetap kita layani dengan bentuk fisik dan pelayanan manual seperti sekarang ini. Oleh karena itu, penerapan identitas digital ini dilakukan secara bertahap. Dukcapil tetap menerapkan prinsip double track system services, pemberian layanan dengan dua jalur, layanan digital dan layanan secara fisik manual. Dan untuk penerapan identitas digital, rekan-rekan bisa mengikuti video ini. Seperti ini loh tata caranya, silahkan disaksikan.
Identitas digital kependudukan merupakan representasi penduduk dalam aplikasi digital yang melekat pada seseorang yang terdaftar sebagai penduduk dan memastikan identitas tersebut merupakan orang yang bersangkutan.
Untuk dapat menggunakan identitas digital, setelah melakukan instalasi aplikasi, kita harus melakukan registrasi dengan memasukkan NIK, alamat email, dan nomor HP. Kemudian kita akan diminta melakukan verifikasi data
melalui face recognition. Baru setelahnya, dilakukan verifikasi email supaya bisa login ke dalam aplikasi. Berikut adalah menu-menu utama di dalam identitas digital, yaitu data keluarga, dokumen kependudukan, dan dokumen lainnya hasil integrasi NIK. Kita juga bisa menampilkan QR Code identitas digital, biodata, dan histori aktivitas yang sudah dilakukan. Demikian gambaran singkat identitas digital kependudukan.
Teman-teman, seperti itu penjelasan identitas digital. Semoga bermanfaat. Terima kasih.
Nah, Bapak dan Ibu, seperti itu gambaran identitas digital yang akan kita terapkan. Nah, dalam rangka kita mencegah pendanaan terorisme, pencucian uang, maka kita perlu menerapkan setidak-tidaknya 2 faktor autentikasi. Pertama, NIK. Yang kedua, NIK dengan foto wajah atau sidik jari. Dan yang ketiga, bisa dengan digital signature. Sehingga proses identifikasinya tepat, autentikasinya tepat, sampai otorisasinya tepat. NIK nanti yang ada dalam identitas digital tidak perlu lagi meminta fotokopi KTP, cukup Bapak dan Ibu scan QR code-nya atau buka NIK-nya, nanti diminta saja ditunjukkan lewat handphonenya, karena kita akan menghindari cetakan, mengurangi pencetakan belangko, karena semua sudah berada di dalam gadget. Sekaligus juga bisa dilihat kartu keluarganya bila kita ragu, karena di dalam handphone itu nanti semua dokumen kependudukan kita akan ada di sana. Jadi layanan Adminduk sudah berada dalam genggaman. Itu harapan kita terwujud di tahun 2022 ini. Sehingga proses identifikasi memastikan identitasnya benar, itu berjalan dengan baik. Yang kedua, dilakukan autentikasi, bahwa yang memegang dokumen adalah orang yang benar. Jadi memastikan who you are-nya adalah tepat. Caranya, NIK-nya dilihat, cocokkan dengan di dalam data BIS Dukcapil, kemudian diperkuat dengan foto wajah, face recognition, atau dengan sidik jari, biometrik, atau dengan tanda tangan digital. Setidak-tidaknya 2 faktor autentikasi ini sudah akan sangat mendorong untuk kita mencegah pencucian uang dan pendanaan terorisme, karena who you are-nya bisa kita identifikasi dengan tepat. Terakhir baru proses otorisasi. Nah, penerapan identitas digital ini kita lakukan bertahap, tetapi secara big data kependudukan kita sudah siap untuk mendukung proses-proses yang dilakukan di industri keuangan di bawah otorisasi dari OJK dan Bank Indonesia. Demikian pandangan ringkas dari kami. Saya mewakili Direktorat Jenderal Kependudukan dan Pencatatan Sipil Kementerian Dalam Negeri. Terima kasih banyak, semoga bermanfaat. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, a very informative and valuable presentation. Yeah, very informative and valuable presentation for the regulators, industry players, and the public. And as Prof. Zudan said, the digital identification approach is being carried out in stages. Okay, and then we are moving forward to the second speaker. Please welcome Ms. Dewi Fajarsari, SA, Accounting Master of Commerce. Ms. Dewi is a Master of Commerce, Banking and Finance from Queensland University of Technology, Australia. She currently has a role as Group Head of Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Financing of Terrorism. She plays a full role in the preparation for Indonesia's Mutual Evaluation Review, MER, for Financial Action Task Force FATF from 2019 to 2022. Both for supervisors and financial institutions for banking, capital market, and non-banking industries. She ever served at Department of Supervision, Development, and Crisis Management, 2016 to 2021. Prior joining OJK, Ms. Dewi served in the Central Bank of Indonesia at various capacities since 1998. This is our second speaker, and Ms. Dewi, the time is yours.
Terima kasih Pak Dino, my old friend of mine, atas informasinya mengenai saya. Terima kasih atas hari ini kita sudah menghadiri hari kedua ya terkait dengan webinar ini. Webinar ini memang kita lakukan adalah kerjasama dengan GIKD dan menggandeng UNODC. Terima kasih kepada para pihak yang sudah berpartisipasi. Jadi memang tujuan kami menggandeng GIKD dan UNODC dalam melaksanakan webinar ini adalah kami menyadari bahwa perkembangan teknologi itu sudah suatu kepastian, yang sudah suatu kenyataan yang tidak bisa kita pungkiri. Dan bertambahnya dengan kondisi pandemik ya, prolonged pandemic yang has been through like 3 years, itu sudah membuat kita juga harus menyadari bahwa kita membutuhkan suatu jasa keuangan yang berasal dari remote financial services, sehingga memang hal ini dibutuhkan untuk menjaga agar mobilisasi kita tidak usah terlalu banyak, dan juga kita sudah tidak bisa menafikan bahwa ekosistem keuangan digital di Indonesia berkembang sangat pesat ya, penggunaan internet user dan kemudian juga perkembangan dari teknologi dari para fintech ini sudah juga sangat besar, dan hal itu juga memang harus kita dukung ya. Dengan demikian, dalam 2 hari webinar ini memang kita akan melakukan adjustment dan kemudian penyesuaian terkait dengan pengaturan dalam bidang APU PPT ya, sesuai dengan kondisi, karena memang kita memang harus adaptif gitu ya. Dan hal ini juga sejalan juga dengan next slide please, sejalan juga dengan perkembangan dari FATF ya. Kalau kita lihat di FATF ini sudah ada dukungan juga yang sangat besar ya melalui papernya yang berjudul Opportunities and Challenge of New Technology for AML CFT yang dikeluarkan di Juli 2021. Memang kita tidak bisa menafikan. Dengan demikian, kita berharap sebagai regulator bahwa dengan perkembangan teknologi ini justru akan meningkatkan penerapan program APU PPT yang lebih baik dan juga meningkatkan financial inclusion, dan kemudahan ini juga akan membuat kita juga lebih dapat dipercaya menjadi anggota Financial Action Task Force yang sudah diinisiasi oleh pemerintah Indonesia sejak tahun 2017, dan kita sedang menunggu waktu pelaksanaan on-site visit yang direncanakan akan dilakukan di bulan Juli sampai Agustus 2022 ini. Kita melihat lagi next slide bahwa OJK telah mengakomodir sebetulnya dari hampir semua rekomendasi FATF ya secara utuh, dan itu dibuktikan bahwa kita sudah berhasil melalui Mutual Evaluation Review Indonesia sebagai anggota APG sebagai FATF Style Regional Body di tahun 2017 dan 2018 ya. Di sini di FATF Recommendation nomor 15 itu sudah diatur bahwa memang penyedia jasa keuangan itu memang dimungkinkan untuk melakukan perkembangan teknologi ya, dan juga namun demikian kita harus melakukan assessment terhadap risiko dari produk baru atau perkembangan teknologi baru itu untuk meyakinkan bahwa tidak akan ada kesulitan dalam penerapan program APPT, dan ini sudah kita adopt di POJK kita. Nah, kemudian juga kami juga dari sisi digital identity, OJK telah bahu-membahu bekerja sama juga dengan Dukcapil. Kami juga mendukung penggunaan Dukcapil oleh PJK-PJK yang berada di bawah pengawasan OJK, sehingga hal ini tentu saja dapat memudahkan pelaksanaan customer due diligence ya, yang dulu disebut KYC. Next kita lihat bahwa memang perkembangan teknologi ini seharusnya dapat memudahkan kami sebagai supervisor dan juga rekan-rekan sebagai financial institution dalam menerapkan penerapan APPT ya. Di sini ada subtek dan rektek. Karena seperti kami tidak mungkin kami melakukan pengawasan tanpa bantuan dari teknologi ya. Jadi subtek itu juga sebetulnya sudah cukup lama kami kenal, kami menggunakan beberapa software dalam pelaksanaan pemeriksaan dan juga beberapa sistem informasi dalam pelaksanaan penerapan APPT. Karena satu hal yang menjadi perhatian di sini adalah pada saat pelaksanaan mutual evaluation review itu dinilai adalah efektivitas dari bagaimana OJK sebagai lembaga pengawas pengatur melakukan pengawasan program APPT, di mana PJK di bawah OJK itu adalah 2.900 PJK, sehingga sulit tanpa teknologi kami bisa mengeluarkan suatu bukti otentik bahwa OJK telah melaksanakan tugas dan tanggung jawabnya dengan baik kepada asesor, dan di mana pelaksanaan MER ini sebetulnya akan berlangsung secara rutin ya, jadi sekali dalam 4 tahun. Kami juga menyadari bahwa rektek ini nantinya kami akan lebih dukung, bahwa hal ini juga akan memudahkan PJK tentu saja dalam melihat transaksi-transaksi outlier yang tidak sesuai dengan profil, sehingga dapat segera menyampaikannya kepada Indonesia Financial Unit ya, PPATK, yang kemarin sudah kita hadirkan juga Pak Fitriadi Muslim. Kemudian next kita lihat lagi bahwa provision atau pengaturan-pengaturan yang kita keluarkan sebenarnya sudah juga sejalan dengan perkembangan teknologi ya. Dari sini kita lihat bahwa OJK mengembrace setiap perkembangan teknologi dengan mengeluarkan beberapa peraturan dari sisi prinsip kehati-hatian juga ada, dan juga tidak melupakan aspek teknologi. Jadi kita telah mengeluarkan POJK terkait peer-to-peer lending, kemudian securities crowdfunding yang akan juga nanti dikeluarkan surat edarannya. Dan kemudian juga kami dari grup APPT juga sudah terus bekerja sama dengan grup inovasi keuangan digital. Kami juga menjadi anggota forum panel yang untuk memastikan bahwa setiap inovasi keuangan digital atau IKD itu juga telah ada mengacu pada prinsip-prinsip anti money laundering, sehingga mestinya tidak sulit bagi kami untuk dapat menjadi anggota FATF pada waktunya. Kemudian next, hal yang penting mungkin insight bahwa perkembangan teknologi, apakah digital ID itu kami yakini hal itu memang akan membantu memudahkan teman-teman PJK untuk mengurangi cost dan juga meningkatkan efisiensi. Dan hal ini juga perlu kami garis bawahi bahwa identifikasi dan verifikasi mungkin akan menjadi suatu hal yang lebih mudah bagi kita di Indonesia di masa yang akan datang. Mengacu tadi pada penyampaian dari Prof. Sudan bahwa Dukcapil juga telah berkembang dengan pesat, dan juga kami juga melihat bahwa bantuan dari para inovasi keuangan digital, IKD ini juga telah sangat banyak juga membantu pelaksanaan CDD yang dilakukan oleh PJK kami, terutama di masa pandemi yang terus berlangsung. Hanya satu hal perlu kita pastikan di sini bahwa identifikasi, verifikasi, dan pemantauan adalah suatu hal yang seperti trinitas gitu ya, dan itu merupakan tugas dan tanggung jawab PJK. PJK di sini juga sangat bervariasi ya, dari yang sangat high tech, kemudian medium tech, dan juga yang relatif sederhana karena kami juga mengawasi lembaga keuangan mikro misalnya. Jadi hal ini memang Indonesia tidak mengenal suatu exemption. Kami tetap melakukan pengawasan APU PPT, dan juga penerapan APU PPT itu dilakukan dari suatu yang relatif sederhana sampai yang juga relatif high tech. Jadi hal itu perlu digarisbawahi bahwa tugas dan tanggung jawab untuk melakukan CDD itu memang tetap pada PJK. Namun kami meyakini bahwa bantuan dari berbagai pihak di sini dapat dilakukan untuk meningkatkan efektivitas dari penerapan program APU PPT itu sendiri. Next, kita lihat juga bahwa kami juga sudah sebetulnya sejak lama memperkenankan pelaksanaan verifikasi, baik itu secara face-to-face dan non-face-to-face. Sebagaimana tadi sudah disampaikan bahwa kita perlu mengenal 2 faktor autentifikasi ya, yang terkait dengan what you have dan what you are, itu juga kita kenal dan kita adopt di dalam POJK kita. Nah, mungkin di kedepannya kita akan melakukan beberapa penyesuaian sehingga perkembangan teknologi ini akan menjadi lebih mudah ya, dan lebih adaptif, dan juga bisa mendukung kondisi perekonomian digital, dan juga bisa mendukung kondisi pandemik ya, sehingga bisa berjalan lebih smooth lagi. Kemudian next, kami melihat juga ada suatu terobosan yang kita lakukan karena tadi prinsip dari identifikasi, verifikasi, dan pemantauan sebagai suatu trinitas itu memang harus ada, melekat kepada PJK. Hal ini mungkin berbeda dengan CDD pihak ketiga ya. CDD pihak ketiga adalah suatu hal yang tersendiri. Nah, kemudian verifikasi ini dapat dilakukan oleh pihak ketiga sepanjang memang hal ini dilakukan secara seamless. Jadi prospektif customer atau customer itu adalah masuk ke dalam website yang dimiliki oleh PJK, sehingga sudah jelas akuntabilitasnya memang PJK itu dan nasabah itu memang melakukannya secara end to end ya, secara seamlessly. Nah, kemudian apakah di dalamnya kemudian ada bantuan, di situ juga ada bantuan dari beberapa pihak mungkin, dan juga kemudian dipadankan dengan apa yang dimiliki oleh Dukcapil. Nah, kemudian hal ini kita yakini akan menjadi penerapan APU PPT yang juga lebih baik ya, karena identifikasi dan verifikasi itu sudah salah satu hal yang bisa diselesaikan. Nah, kemudian untuk pemantauan, karena kita juga sudah melakukan penerapan APU PPT berbasis risiko, maka teman-teman tentu saja dapat melakukan profiling ya dari nasabahnya, mana yang berisiko lebih tinggi, itu akan dilakukan pemantauan yang lebih sering. Dan kami yakini juga bahwa pemantauan yang lebih sering ini memang perlu dilakukan ya kepada nasabah yang high risk, itu membutuhkan AML solution ya. Jadi kami memang mendukung pelaksanaan rektek tersebut, dan tadi sebagaimana telah disampaikan juga oleh beberapa pembicara sebelumnya, bahwa memang kadang-kadang ada permasalahan ya terkait dengan legacy system yang ada ya, ada kesulitan dan ada juga keengganan kita untuk menggantikan secara dari human ke sistem gitu ya. Tetapi bagaimanapun apa yang kita lakukan tetap harus ada faktor human ya, ada faktor wisdom dan judgment di situ adalah hal yang penting. Kemudian next, di samping itu juga OJK juga telah memperhatikan terkait dengan perkembangan teknologi informasi, dan kami juga telah memiliki sebetulnya cukup lama ya pengaturan terkait dengan penerapan manajemen risiko terkait dengan penggunaan teknologi informasi. Di sini kami sudah mengupdate beberapa peraturan yang itu terkait juga di perbankan dan juga di IKNB. Jadi hal ini perlu diperhatikan bahwa memang karena perkembangan teknologi ini sedemikian pesat, tetapi juga kita harus berhati-hati karena memang isu cybercrime, cyber security menjadi terdepan ya pada saat ini. GPUT juga telah mengeluarkan beberapa peringatan antara lain mengenai bisnis email compromise, panduan kepada para penyedia jasa keuangan agar berhati-hati untuk menjaga sistem informasinya agar tidak di-hack ya atau oleh para pelaku kejahatan ya, dalam hal ini adalah cyber crime. Jadi memang diperlukan pengawasan aktif, direksi komisaris, kemudian kememadaian kebijakan prosedur dan juga kememadaian dalam proses identifikasi, pengukuran, pengendalian dan monitoring dalam risiko penggunaan teknologi informasi. Di samping itu juga internal control system ya yang memadai juga diperlukan. Kemudian mungkin ke slide 11. Dalam pelaksanaannya kami juga slide 11 memiliki sistem yang disebut sigap. Sigap ini dibutuhkan pada awalnya adalah dia merupakan suatu supervisory teknologi yang dikembangkan di OJK dan juga dibantu juga oleh beberapa provider sebetulnya dari luar. Di sini kami mengembangkan sigap secara internal dan eksternal. Internal tadi adalah untuk kebutuhan dokumentasi pada saat pelaksanaan mutual evaluation review karena kita dinilai efektivitasnya tidak hanya technical compliance assessment tetapi juga efektivitas bagaimana OJK melakukan pengawasan program APU PPT dan sebagaimana diketahui PJK yang di bawah OJK ini sekitar 2.900 sehingga sulit dan tidak mungkin kami melakukannya tanpa bantuan teknologi. Nah, kemudian juga dalam pelaksanaannya sigap ini juga telah melakukan interface untuk memudahkan pengawas untuk melakukan penilaian risiko TPPU TPPT dan sehingga juga tidak menyulitkan bagi penyedia jasa keuangan teman-teman di sini untuk terus menyampaikan data ya. Jadi kami melakukan interface juga dengan sistem dari Antasena, dari Bank Indonesia, kemudian Apollo, OJK itu sendiri, ARIA, e-reporting dan seterusnya. Nah, kemudian kami juga mengembangkan sistem ini, kami interface juga dengan si Putri untuk memastikan bahwa orang-orang yang menjadi direksi atau komisaris pengurus itu juga tidak memiliki pernah tercatat sebagai DPTOT atau daftar proliferasi, kira-kira seperti itu. Nah, satu hal lagi yang penting dalam pengembangan sigap ini adalah sigap eksternal karena kami memiliki kewajiban untuk menyampaikan daftar DTTOT dan daftar proliferasi senjata pemusnah massal sehingga kami menyampaikan hal ini kepada PJK yang berada di bawah pengawasan OJK dengan secara mengembangkan hal tersebut dengan API juga ya. Hal ini dimaksudkan agar kita dapat memenuhi prinsip next slide, prinsip freezing without delay ya sesuai rekomendasi FATF nomor 6 dan nomor 7 sehingga kita benar-benar dapat sesuai ya dengan rekomendasi FATF gitu ya. Kita menyampaikan data dan informasi sesegera mungkin pada hari yang sama dan kami juga berharap penyedia jasa keuangan juga segera menyampaikan kepada kami sesegera mungkin. Karena hal ini adalah hal yang penting yang menjadi scoping note pada saat pelaksanaan mutual evaluation review. Next juga kita bisa melakukan pemantauan terhadap submission atau penyampaian dari laporan nihil dari DTTOT di sini sehingga bisa nampak bagaimana respon PJK karena laporan nihil dari DTTOT ini adalah sangat penting karena merupakan pejawantahan atau merepresentasikan bagaimana PJK telah melakukan tindak lanjut dari DTTOT atau daftar proliferasi yang disampaikan, yaitu dengan melakukan pengecekan dengan daftar nasabahnya, begitu ya kira-kira. Jadi perkembangan subtek dan rektek ini adalah hal yang suatu hal yang memang harus kita lakukan ya, karena tidak mungkin memang dengan perkembangan teknologi dan kondisi yang ada dengan keterbatasan mobilisasi pada saat ini dan juga perkembangan digital ekonomi di Indonesia kita tidak menggunakan AML solution dan juga supervisory teknologi gitu ya. Dan kemudian ke depannya kami juga akan terus melakukan upaya perbaikan dan juga koordinasi serta kerjasama dengan kementerian dan lembaga lain sehingga dalam bidang penerapan program APU PPT ini dapat dilaksanakan dengan lebih baik. Ya, kemarin juga ada beberapa pertanyaan yang terkait Sipendar. Mungkin di sini bisa dikatakan bahwa memang tujuan dari Sipendar dan juga sigap itu juga relatif berbeda. Harus diyakini bahwa kita memang punya tugas dan tanggung jawab untuk menyampaikan DTTOT itu secara sesegera mungkin timely basis kepada seluruh PJK yang berada di bawah pengawasan OJK. Mungkin itu dari kami. Yang terakhir slide bahwa di dalam framework cyber security sesuai dengan National Institute of Standard Technology (NIST), kami juga mengingatkan bahwa seluruh elemen dari kita semua yang menggunakan teknologi agar juga menjaga kehati-hatian ya dengan mengidentify, protect, detect, respond, and recover sehingga kita tidak terekspos dengan risiko cyber ini. Dan OJK juga sedang dalam proses untuk melakukan pengaturan yang lebih lanjut terkait dengan cyber security environment. Mungkin itu yang dapat saya sampaikan, Pak Dino Milano. Terima kasih atas waktu dan perhatian dari Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian. Sungguh suatu hal yang sangat dihormati bahwa kita bisa ada di sini dan kita berharap bahwa rezim APU PPT di Indonesia akan terus meningkat, akan terus efektif sejalan dengan upaya pemerintah menjadikan kita sebagai anggota FATF karena kita adalah satu-satunya negara yang belum menjadi anggota FATF ya, negara G20. Dan mungkin dengan perkembangan teknologi ini saya yakini bahwa ini akan lebih meningkatkan penerapan APU PPT dan bukan sebaliknya. Demikian, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Pak Dino dan seluruh panelis.
Ya, thank you, Ms. Dewi. This was a comprehensive presentation. We got a few keywords here and need for our attention and that message. The OJK AML CFT group will always support the development of new technology, especially in digitized economy in this prolonged pandemic. In terms of new technology, digital solution, strengthen the implementation of anti-money laundering itself. OJK encourage responsible innovations that FIs continue carrying out CDD as their duties and responsibilities, especially in customers onboarding process, which identification, verification, and monitoring processes as a trinity, including and the reporting of suspicious transaction to PPATK. OJK also ensures FIS financial institutions compliancy to implement prevention of terrorism financing and prevention of weapons of mass destruction processes. That's the comprehensive presentations. Please applause to Ms. Dewi. And we move forward for our third speakers. The person is Mr. Nizam Ismail, the CEO and founder of Ethicom Consultancy. Nizam Ismail is a CEO and founder of Ethicom Consultancy, Southeast Asia focused in consultancy. Nizam works with financial institutions, fintech firms, and blockchain enterprises on a variety of regulatory compliance matters. Nizam has various experiences such as Deputy Public Prosecutors, State Counsel at the Commercial Affairs Department, Division Head at Monetary Authority of Singapore, Head of Compliance for Southeast Asia at Morgan Stanley and Lehman Brothers, and former Head of Financial Services of a law firm. Nizam is also a fellow at the Singapore University of Social Science and head of the Regulatory and Compliance Subcommittee of the Blockchain Association of Singapore. And I will ask Mr. Nizam to join us and present. Please welcome Mr. Nizam.
Terima kasih Bapak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi Bapak-bapak, Ibu-ibu. Terima kasih kepada pihak OJK kerana sudi mengundang saya untuk berbagi pengalaman dari segi verifikasi identiti di Singapura. Dan izinkan saya bertutur dalam bahasa Inggeris. Can I have the presentation up, please? Okay, thank you. So I will be sharing Singapore's experience in the area of digital identity or eKYC, particularly on the use of MyInfo. Next slide, please. So historically, as all of us are familiar with, when you think about KYC, it's face-to-face. You open a bank account, you go to a bank teller, the bank teller will look at your identity card and look at you and say, okay, you look like Nizam Ismail, therefore you must be Nizam Ismail. So if you think about this, it's a very manual process, it's time consuming. You need to fill up the names on forms, it's tedious for customers. And of course, there could be mistakes in terms of data input. But along the way, we have seen the explosion of fintech, disruption of financial services. We know that that's been a phenomena in Indonesia. It's like that in Southeast Asia, and even traditional financial institutions digitize and go digital. Right. For instance, we now hear about digital banking, the concept of InsurTech, delivery of insurance products online. There are online broker dealers, peer-to-peer lending, equities crowdfunding. We have robo-advisors that disrupt fund management. And for all these fintech platforms, it makes sense to have digital identity because their customers could come from all over the world. Obviously, you need to comply with regulations in local jurisdictions, but you could have customers from all over the world and you can't have face-to-face KYC anymore. And also what enables digital KYC is that we see the price points of RegTech solutions going down. In the past, it was very prohibitive to even employ a screening solution for KYC. But prices have come down because RegTech is now more prevalent and that has become more efficient for the use of fintech firms. And more importantly, I think it is more effective against fraud mitigation. When you talk about digital KYC, it's something quite fundamental, right? Because you want to make sure that you are dealing with the customer. The customer is who, in fact, he says he is. He is Nizam Ismail, right? And so it's a very foundation. It's not just financial services, but if you think about the broader economy, telcos, power services, you want to verify that the person is, in fact, who he says he is. And so non-face-to-face KYC becomes important. So the question is how you put in place something that's efficient. So there are some of the services provided by RegTech providers. However, we also have a government-led initiative called MyInfo, which is essentially a government database, drawing from the current databases of various government departments and ministries. And the challenge is, how do I open this information up to financial institutions, fintech firms, or even the broader economy, but to do so in a way that also protects the interests of the consumers, but also, benefiting, taking advantage of the efficiencies, particularly against fraud mitigation. Next slide, please. So this is a MyInfo website. Essentially, it's how you speed up electronic KYC, eKYC, for individual users with data from government sources. So if I'm a compliance officer in a bank or in a broker dealer, I would take comfort that the information comes from the government, is verified, is authentic. If I'm a bank teller, I'll be happy as well because I don't have to fill up the name of the customer manually, right? I could make mistakes. And the customer is happier also because I can share information within seconds rather than having to fill up forms manually, which is tedious. So it benefits everybody. Next slide, please. So what is MyInfo? So we've opened this up since 2017 to the financial sector. So initially there was a pilot program involving 4 banks in Singapore. It was then opened up to the broader economy. More financial institutions adopted it. In January of 2018, the Monetary Authority of Singapore, that's the regulator like OJK, issued a circular on the use of MyInfo. And the principles are that MyInfo is regarded as a reliable and independent source for the purposes of verifying customers' name for KYC, unique identification number. We have identity cards in Singapore, similar to your KTP in Indonesia, the date of birth, nationality, and residential address. So when the MyInfo is used, the regulators will not require FIs to obtain additional identification documents. So that regulatory clarity was important. The MES is saying, if you use MyInfo, we will accept it as the golden truth, right? And since it has been used, so there is a SingPass API portal that enables developers to use the API connectivity to experiment, build, and test solutions. And in terms of the actual impact on efficiency, there has been an improvement. So MyInfo has resulted in a decrease of time of 80% for the users, and business reporting up to 15% higher approval rate. So from the user's point of view, it saves me 80% of my time. From the business, there are more approvals because of the better quality data and significant cost savings in the customer acquisition process, right? So it saves time. It makes things better. So in terms of the users, so a citizen in Singapore would use, we have SingPass. So SingPass is an app that is in your phone, right? You use it to access MyInfo. You share information relating to yourself with the financial institution or with the fintech firm or with a service provider. So you could, using your usual login ID, or you could use facial recognition on your smartphones as well. So that's possible. We are a small country. We only have 5.9 million people. But out of that, SingPass is used by more than 4 million users. So that's about 2/3, 67% of users are on SingPass already to access 1,700 services or digital services from 460, whether private organizations or companies or organizations. So the take-up rate is very, very encouraging, largely. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is again from the MyInfo webpage. So it just tells you the key proposition is I allow a user, let's say a private citizen like myself, to share my personal data for simpler online transactions. So as you can see, the value proposition is less form filling. I don't have to fill out forms. Higher data quality because it comes from verifiable government sources, which are credible. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, so this is a SingPass. So as I mentioned, the SingPass is an app that allows a citizen to share information or MyInfo information with the financial institution or fintech firm. Next slide, please. So these are some of the functionalities. I'll just go through this very quickly. So what can I do with my SingPass app as a Singapore citizen? It allows me to access certain services. I can view personal information. If I disagree with any of the information, I can actually contact SingPass to say that the information is wrong. I can decide who I want to share the information with. Okay, next slide. So I log in either using my fingerprint or facial recognition or a passcode, depending on your preference. There actually is a digital identity card. So I can show, on my app, I can open it up. And so if a policeman asks me for my identity card, I can open the app and show the digital identity card. Or if someone stops me for speeding, for instance, not that I speed, and ask for my driver's license, there is actually a driver's license in the app as well. I can open it up and show it to the policeman. Okay. Or in person, I can actually provide information by either scanning. So for instance, if a website asks for my information, there is a QR code. So I'll just capture the QR code on my app, and then I can share information using the SingPass with the service provider on, let's say it's a banking app, I can share it with the bank if I want to apply for a loan or credit card. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. And I can authorize transactions. I can also, it's in person using a QR code. I can authorize certain things. For instance, I want to authorize sharing of information to the financial services firm. Or for instance, if I buy a car, I can actually sell and buy my car on the vehicle database using my SingPass. So everything is done electronically. There is also provision for a digital signature, which is accepted as legally binding from the Electronics Transaction Act. Next slide. So these are the data catalog, right? So these are the information available to a service provider, like a bank or fintech firm. So I'm sorry that the fonts are small, but it includes things like names, addresses, even Hanyu Pinyin names. So if there's a Chinese character, it will read out the Romanized version of that. My sex, my race, date of birth, where I live, my nationality, my country of birth. So if you look at the second column, it actually mentions SC, which is Singapore citizen. PR means permanent resident of Singapore. And FIN actually means foreigners. So it actually captures data of foreigners as well. So the user can decide which information to share with the financial institution. Okay, so, but there's more about the guidance on the use of information that's being shared. I'll talk about that in a bit. Next slide. So in terms of financial information as well, actually it can, so we have this, like a pension scheme, which is mandatory, called the Central Provident Fund, or CPF. I can choose to share CPF information. For instance, if I'm applying for a housing loan, I can use my CPF funds to pay for this. So the user is allowed to share that across with the financial institution. A notice of tax assessment. So these are my tax returns. So if, for instance, if I'm applying for credit, whether it's a bank or a fintech firm, I can share the actual notice of assessments from the income tax department with the institution. Next slide. And this is employment information. So again, if I'm applying for credit, I can share information on my employer, my occupation, my contribution, or even my educational certificates, right? In Singapore, we are obsessed with exams and education. So my educational information from 40 years ago, they're all available on SingPass, unfortunately. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the user consent, right? This is the actual screenshot on your SingPass website. So it says that, for instance, if there's an example where these are the information that needs to be shared with the service provider, the financial institution, the fintech firm, I can say I agree, or I can actually cancel it. And then I can then contact the financial institution and say, I prefer to provide information in person or manually. So the option is always with the user. The user can consent. Next slide. So this is on digital signature. So you can actually authenticate signatures using SingPass. So how this works is SingPass then works with, they're like an accreditation authority. So they work with other service or tech providers, but these are deemed to be authentic, verifiable signatures. If you go to the next page, next slide, please. So these are the digital signing partners. So, I mean, you don't have to worry about the name. So the key message is SingPass works with all these companies, and these companies might have technology that verify digital signatures. So it's really good for authorizing, for instance, transfers of property, or signing on loan documentation and things like that. Next slide. So this is facial verification identity. So there is a component within SingPass that uses facial biometrics to validate certain things. Next slide. So these are some guidance on the part of financial institutions or fintech firms, right? Because you are accessing customer data. So there are certain guidelines that apply to you as a user. So for instance, you only request what you need. PDPA is the data protection laws in Singapore and applicable regulations. So you only need to, so there's a requirement for you to protect customer information, to keep it confidential. You must dispose of data within the permitted regulatory requirement. You can't use it, for instance, for marketing purposes unless the customer consents to it, right? And you must use it for lawful purposes. This to display or retrieve personal data, so it should not be displayed. You cannot alter it. You must display essays on your digital forms, etc. So there's some guidance to sort of protect the interests of users. The next slide, please.
1 minute, Mr. Nizam.
Yes, sir.
I mean, 1 minute left. Please proceed.
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. Okay, I'll just go through this very quickly. These are the some of the guidance from the MAS on. Sorry, let me just on other forms of KYC, right? So my info is just one example. So you can actually use other forms of facial recognition or digital identity verification. For instance, using biometrics, and then the using of liveness, so to mitigate against the risk that somebody using a live video feed. So can I have the next slide? I'm finishing off. You can still use video conferencing, for instance, if you need to verify certain things. And then you can use other ways of mitigating the risk of fraud. If you can go to the next slide. There are additional checks. For instance, you can use reliable and independent databases. So there are commercial databases that can also be used to complement my info. And you can use a checksum digit test. For instance, if the ID, there's a certain formula at the end with an alphabet, so you can check whether that's valid or not. Next slide. And then you can also rely on, for instance, you can use digital signatures or watermarks, so that's allowed in the guidelines. The next slide. And then you can also rely on optical character recognition or MRZ lines, or machine readable zone, to see whether the ID documents are legitimate or not. So this complements my info. And I think there's emphasis that the board of directors and senior management must understand the risk framework when it comes to digital identity. Okay, next slide. And then when things fail, right? For instance, OCR technology might not be able to read low quality image. You can have corrective actions, for instance, requiring a customer to make an initial deposit into account, using funds from another bank account which is licensed or regulated, or you can call back other customers. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention. It's my pleasure to share with you the Singapore experience. Happy to take any questions later on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nizam, for sharing the Singapore's experience. Insightful presentations and many things to discuss. Actually, some of the key is we cannot use face-to-face approach no more and need to move forward using digital KYC. And interestingly, digital ID may contents of many informations coming from many sources and enabled by the interoperability and may share the information as well, and it can be used for digital signature and etc. Interesting presentation, Mr. Nizam. And we can move forward to our next presenters is Mr. Alwin Jabarti Kimes, the Vice Secretary of General 3 of AFTEC. Mr. Alwin graduated from the University of Southern California, majoring in business administration in 2007. Alwin is an entrepreneur that successfully built several technology companies. Currently, he is the CEO of Very Jelas, a platform bersama verifications company. Also the CEO of Tekan Aja, a digital signature provider with the first berinduk status in Indonesia, and being the leader of some other technology companies. He also previously had career in Citibank Treasury as a securities trader and risk taker for about 9 years, and currently serve as a Vice Secretary General of AFTEC and Head of Kadin Standing Committee in charge of e-sports and games industry. Please welcome Mr. Alwin. The time is yours. Still mute.
Hadirin, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Ini slide, boleh tunjukin slide-nya saya. Kita akan segera langsung mulai presentasinya. Saya pada kesempatan ini mewakili AFTEC sebagai Wakil Sekretaris Jenderal ketiga AFTEC. Next slide, please. Next. Oke, kita next slide. Bapak Ibu, seperti yang kita ketahui, sejak bermulanya pandemi COVID-19 ya, itu mulainya di tahun 2020, Bapak Ibu sekalian, ya kita selalu berharap kapan sih dunia kembali lagi ke normal, kan? Kapan pandemi ini berakhir? Well, sepertinya setelah 2 tahun harapan untuk new normal tuh udah nggak ada, gitu. Menurut saya ya. This is the new now normal. Normal di mana kita menghadapi terus varian-varian baru yang mungkin akan muncul lagi dan muncul lagi. Gitu. So this is our normal reality right now. Next slide. Nah, saya ingat banget, saya rasa COVID-19 tahun 2020 itu akan diingat dalam sejarah sebagai satu momentum, satu peristiwa penting di sejarah umat manusia ya, di mana mendadak dalam 1 tahun ada lompatan digitalisasi, ada lompatan di mana segala sesuatu menjadi online. Nah, itulah juga terjadi di dunia kejahatan, terutama di money laundering dan terrorism finance. Sekarang makin banyak sekali pencucian uang dan pendanaan terorisme yang terjadi dengan cepat, cross border, susah terdeteksi dan digital. Karena itu menjadi tantangan bagi kita semua. Next slide, please. Nah, salah satu yang selalu menjadi masalah di Indonesia adalah saat kita melakukan digital process itu identitas. Ini salah satunya di mana orang memasukkan foto KTP gitu. Kalau misalnya kita melakukan verifikasi hanya dari foto selfie dengan foto KTP yang difoto, foto KTP yang dipegang akan matching. Padahal kalau kita cek ke database Dukcapil, ternyata fotonya berbeda. Berarti orang ini adalah fraud. Dia mengambil identitas orang lain untuk melakukan proses dan transaksi digital. Next. Karena ini salah satu contoh yang sempat heboh, di mana suatu identitas orang terkenal gitu ya, public figure, master chef, diambil untuk mendapatkan pinjaman pay later di salah satu perusahaan fintech. Nah, bisa kita lihat semua detail KTP-nya tuh sama persis, hanya fotonya diubah gitu, dan akhirnya terjadi fraud dan tentu pay later-nya tidak dibayar. Next. Ini juga beberapa banyak contoh lagi. Contohnya sebelah kiri itu adalah kejadian salah satu penipuan identitas di fintech, P2P lending. Terus ini juga ada salah satu contoh di mana banyak sekali ditemukan di lapangan pemalsuan KTP ya. Jadinya identitasnya orangnya fotonya satu, cuman identitasnya bisa sampai 3 gitu. Dan banyak sekali kejahatan yang terjadi di Indonesia itu berbasis identitas, identity. Nah, sekarang kalau kita melihat dari seperti tadi dijelaskan ya background saya salah satunya bank. Saya sempat kerja di dunia perbankan selama 9 tahun. Kalau misalnya kita pikir sebagai pemain ex-banker gitu ya, atau pemain dunia keuangan yang sudah sekian lama, risk framework di dunia perbankan itu udah ada risk framework-nya. Risk framework-nya itu adalah Basel Risk Framework gitu. Sekarang udah Basel II, 2023 implementasi Basel III. Di Basel Framework, the idea is simple. Bank sebagai dianggap sebagai financial institution yang sistemik harus mencadangkan capital atau modal atas aktivitas kegiatan perbankan. Nah, selalu kita kalau ngomongin resiko perbankan itu ada 3 yang paling major. Teman-teman udah tahu semua, credit risk, market risk, dan operational risk. Nah, ini semua dicadangkan capital terhadap kegiatan-kegiatan ini, jadinya apabila ada fraud atau kerugian, memotong capital bank. Nah, itu di dunia perbankan. Tapi bagaimana dengan dunia penyedia jasa keuangan lainnya atau PJK lainnya, ya kan? Bagaimana di dunia P2P lending atau bagaimana di dunia asuransi digital dan lain sebagainya, di mana tidak ada framework regulasi harus mencadangkan capital against kegiatan aktivitas finansial gitu. Nah, disinilah makanya kita harus mencari suatu solusi framework resiko gitu ya, memanage resiko ini. Dan saya happy banget, saya ngelihat ya, terus terang kalau di perbankan kita udah ada Basel Framework for decades gitu kan, puluhan tahun. Tapi ini FATF, the Financial Action Task Force Guidance Framework, menurut saya adalah ke depan akan mungkin menjadi seperti Basel ya, di dunia perbankan. Ini bakal menjadi suatu framework resiko, memanage resiko digital. Nah, again, kalau tadi seperti yang Nizam bilang, pembicara saya sebelumnya, resiko saat di aktivitas perbankan digital itu bukan lagi seperti di banking. Di banking tadi 3 tadi, kredit, market, dan operational risk. Tapi kalau misalnya kita masuk ke kegiatan keuangan digital, resikonya hanya paling mendasar itu foundational itu 1, yaitu adalah resiko identitas seseorang. Orang ini yang melakukan kegiatan finansial ini benar nggak identitas? Kalau itu aja udah nggak beres, udah nggak benar, pasti terjadi fraud di kemudian hari. Pasti terjadi kerugian finansial yang ditanggung masyarakat atau penyedia layanan jasa keuangan tersebut, yang akhirnya merugikan seluruh ekosistem. Next. Oke, jadi rekomendasi apa yang kita bisa berikan? Next. Nah, ini saya ambil dari FATF ya, tentang guidance on digital identity. Jadinya kalau saat kita membangun digital identity system, saya udah melihat ini tadi di presentasinya Pak Projudan ya. Salut banget dengan Pak Dirjen sudah melakukan seperti ini, menjalankan framework ini sebenarnya. Komponen pertama, kita tuh perlu mengidentifikasi seseorang, ya. Kalau bisa dilihat di sebelah kiri itu ada slide-nya. Jadinya ada applicant, dia dikolek dulu datanya. Setelah datanya dikolek, lalu diverifikasi dan divalidasi. Setelah proses verifikasi dan validasi terjadi, barulah data itu di-enroll atau disimpan di dalam suatu digital identity database. Oke, nah terus komponen kedua itu adalah authentication dan lifecycle management, di mana seseorang itu saat melakukan transaksi diautentikasi karena datanya sudah diverifikasi, sudah disimpan di database. Jadinya autentikasinya against database yang sudah diverifikasi. Nah, autentikasinya itu is something of a person yang dia punya, seperti kartu, sertifikat, dan lain sebagainya, atau apa yang dia tahu, ya, atau PIN, password, dan lain sebagainya, atau dia sendiri identitasnya, yang biasanya kita sebut sebagai who you are, yaitu misalnya contohnya fingerprint, wajah, dan lain sebagainya. Nah, terus bisa dilihat di pojok kanan bawah itu diagramnya, terjadi suatu life cycle management di mana orang itu sudah diverifikasi oleh satu otoritas verifier gitu ya di sebelah kanan bawah dan berinteraksi dengan pengguna data. Nah, ini terus saling diupdate sehingga database-nya selalu menjadi valid dan aktif. Next. Nah, ini komponen ketiga yaitu portability dan interoperability. Jadinya di mana data yang sudah di-enroll dan diverifikasi bisa dibagi dan dipakai oleh ekosistem. Nah, salah satunya tentu yang dibutuhkan adalah government regulation. Jadinya ada suatu framework ya, ada aturan main. Apa sih yang harus terjadi? Nah, di sini di question tentu robustness-nya, bagaimana kita harus menentukan gimana kita mengkolek data, gimana kita verifikasi data, gimana kita sharing data, bagaimana konsen itu diberikan, bagaimana orang bisa merubah data, bagaimana kalau digital ID-nya hilang, atau handphone-nya hilang. Semua ini perlu digovern oleh semua stakeholder bersama-sama. Next. Setelah tiga ini terjadi, barulah terjadi suatu digital identity management. Cuman ini saya ngomongin di sini, ini saya suka banget ya gambar yang di sebelah kiri, ini dari kita yang buat internal tim kami. Seperti yang Bapak Ibu harus tahu, kalau verifikasi identitas is just the tip of the iceberg. There is actually a whole mountain ya, yang nggak kelihatan di bawah gunung es, ini fenomena gunung es, di mana sebenarnya verifikasi identitas itu hanya di awal, di permukaan. Masih banyak KYC yang harus terjadi, yaitu kita cek orangnya, keluarganya, family info, nomor telepon, property, watchlist, orang ini ada di sanction list nggak, ada catatan kriminal nggak, ada catatan narkoba nggak, ada negative record nggak, catatan kendaraannya seperti apa, emailnya apa, bank account-nya apa, alamatnya di mana, workplace-nya di mana. Nah, semua ini akan mengerucut akhirnya menjadi yang kita sebut full end-to-end EKYC of that person. Nah, disinilah juga menjadi basis ini ke depannya untuk perusahaan sebenarnya. Karena perusahaan itu kan kumpulan orang gitu ya. Dan perusahaan itu bisa disebut sebagai badan legal seseorang. Nah, disinilah badan legal pemegang saham, maksudnya saya gitu. Nah, disinilah kita majukan lagi konsepnya bukan hanya EKYC. There is a new concept yang kita sedang perkenalkan ke market adalah EKYB, Know Your Business, gitu. Nah, bukan know your customer is a person, gitu kan. Know your business, and that is more powerful. Kemarin juga udah di-touch di presentasinya Bank of Thailand, di mana mereka dari digital identity seseorang dikembangkan menjadi corporate identity. Gitu. So that's I think the future. Ya. Next. Next slide, please. Oke, sebenarnya sudah banyak regulator yang mulai mengedepankan verifikasi identitas di Indonesia. Ini salah satunya Kominfo, karena kami mempunyai perusahaan digital signature, jadinya Kominfo juga mengeluarkan standar verifikasi identitas di digital signature. Dan bisa dilihat kalau makin tinggi, resikonya sebenarnya makin rendah. Nah, jadinya ada standarnya, dan kita selalu didorong untuk comply dengan standar tertinggi. Dan ini sudah dibuat di pojok kanan bisa kelihatan matrix identity assurance level dan matrix authentication assurance level. Gitu. Ini mungkin bisa menjadi salah satu ide gitu framework di regulator lain ya untuk membuat verification standard gitu. Yang sudah dimulai dengan Kominfo. Next. Nah, saya melihat juga OJK sangat baik ya. Kita apresiasi regulator keuangan kita, di mana diterbitkan sektoral kanan tambah ancaman dikali dampak gitu. Nah, ini beberapa framework yang kita bisa kembangkan lagi. bersama-sama regulator dengan industri kita kembangkan sectoral risk assessment ini dengan identity verification framework misalnya yang tadi seperti contohnya diterbitkan Kominfo. Ini menjadi roadmap kita ke depan bersama-sama untuk melakukan digital activity di sektor jasa keuangan di Indonesia. Next. Oke. Ini challenges and opportunities ya yang dimunculkan di laporan FATF. Di sini adalah bisa dilihat resiko yang paling bawah tuh yang paling hampir 70%. The biggest risk is regulatory risk. Dan cuman di sini saya ingin highlight kalau kita ngomong regulatory risk, jangan selalu dipikir tanggung jawabnya regulator. Saya rasa nggak gitu. Regulatory risk adalah tanggung jawab kita bersama. Kita dari industri juga harus memberikan masukan proaktif gitu kan kepada regulator dan kepada semua stakeholder. Semua stakeholder terlibat, semua stakeholder harus menurunkan dan menyelesaikan masalah regulatory risk ini. This is selentingan aja. Saya lagi baca satu buku judulnya Sapiens. Itu is a very famous book sekarang dibaca oleh bahkan Bill Gates dan lain sebagainya. Intinya adalah saya jadi mereflek bagaimana menjadi regulator di dunia digital di industri 4.0 dan kita go back to basic menurut saya. Kalau kita lihat ya sejarah manusia gitu kan, manusia itu ada di genus Homo, ya kan. Manusia pertama berdiri yang bisa berdiri itu udah punah, namanya Homo erectus. Dia yang pertama bisa berdiri tegak. Lalu ada manusia yang sangat kuat, yaitu disebut Homo neanderthal. Gitu. Cuman itu udah punah juga. Ada beberapa jenis Homo lain, Homo denisovans, Homo florensis. Nah, tapi yang sukses, yang ada sampai sekarang, dan mendominasi dunia ini adalah Homo sapiens. The word sapiens itu artinya adalah dalam bahasa Latin wise atau homo yang bijaksana. Gitu. Disinilah kelebihan kita semua sebagai Homo sapiens. Kita adalah homo yang bijaksana, di mana kebijaksanaan itu berasal dari kemampuan kita melakukan kesalahan, kemauan kita melakukan kesalahan. So kita harus punya bersama-sama gitu ya, menjelang digital ID framework ini, kita harus punya keberanian untuk mencoba bareng-bareng, termasuk regulatornya. Kalau ada yang kurang, mari kita perbaiki. Cuman kita udah mulai gitu. If we don't make mistakes, kalau kita nggak salah, kita nggak bakal pernah belajar. Kita tidak bisa menjadi homo yang bijak atau homo sapiens. Oke, next. Ini saya ingin share sedikit, karena saya berkecimpung di dunia biometrik ya, saya ingin share sedikit kira-kira bagaimana face biometrik itu bekerja, teman-teman.
1 minute left.
Pertama, oke, thank you Pak Dino. Pertama itu saat foto diambil, algoritma biometrik itu akan memisahkan antara background dengan wajah. Wajahnya diambil, dideteksi. Nah, setelah wajahnya dideteksi, proses berikutnya adalah di algoritma. Itu adalah alignment. Karena fotonya mungkin di-align dulu, agak miring palanya, head tilted, atau rotated gitu ya. Nah, terus di-align agar mukanya lurus, dan selurus mungkin dan sejernih mungkin. Bukan hanya itu, kalau kita pikirin face biometric algorithm itu amazing gitu. Karena manusianya ekspresinya macam-macam gitu. Ekspresinya bisa serius, bisa senyum, bisa sedih gitu. Dan semua ini bisa taken into account di proses ini, face alignment. Lalu next ke step ketiga, yaitu di mana di wajah kita dititikin oleh algoritma dan diukur distance-nya, terutama feature-features-nya. Jadinya kita punya algoritma atau AI yang bisa membaca, oh ini mata, sudah di training, oh ini mata, oh ini hidung, oh ini mulut, oh ini alis. Dan terus setelah diidentifikasi area itu, lalu diukur jarak antara area-area tersebut. Jarak antara area tersebut menjadi suatu mathematical system yang akhirnya di-matchingkan against database. Next. Nah, ini saya tunjukkan contohnya. Sekarang face biometric banyak bekerja dengan kombinasi hybrid option. Jadinya ada yang namanya, secara teknis mungkin saya sebut sedikit, geometric method, ya, secara geometri wajah yang diukur, dan ada namanya photometric method, gitu, di mana keseluruhan wajahnya dihitung, gitu. Nah, kebanyakan pakai neural network, deep learning, gitu kan, dilatih agar mengetahui wajah dan fitur-fitur wajah, mata, hidung, alis, cheekbone, dan lain sebagainya. Lalu diukur, lalu menjadi suatu matrix dari distance, ya, arahnya berapa, geometriknya, lalu di-matchingkan. Oke, next. Sekarang juga di dunia keuangan kita mengenal two-factor authentication. Tapi saya ingin mendorong semua regulator untuk maju lebih jauh ke multi-factor authentication. Next. Inilah adalah contoh multi-factor authentication, ya, di mana kita ada 3FA. What you are, yaitu sidik jari, wajah atau iris mata. What you have, KTP, ya kan, atau identitas atau sertifikat. Dan satu lagi what you do. Ini yang belum banyak orang tahu, yaitu liveness. Gitu. Dengan adanya liveness, next. Dengan adanya liveness, kita bisa mengetahui apakah orang di depan ini beneran manusia. Yang di depan kamera ini beneran manusia, bukan fraud. Bukan orang yang pakai topeng atau orang yang menggunakan foto yang difoto. Atau ada video tag, pakai live streaming gitu, lagi video call. Nah, semua ini menjadi penting karena banyak sekali kebelakangan fraud yang terjadi karena liveness, gitu. Bahkan di salah satu perusahaan fintech unicorn di Indonesia kebobolan karena liveness, gitu. Jadinya mungkin saya ingin mendorong regulator dan industri sekalian untuk lebih memperhatikan tentang liveness ini. Bahkan mungkin kalau bisa dijadikan cluster baru sendiri di GIKD atau di APT mengenai liveness, ini akan mendorong adopsi teknologi liveness yang lebih baik. Next. Ini slide terakhir. Ini yang kita semua ingin capai, teman-teman, di mana semua digital process itu memiliki tahapan-tahapan yang lengkap dari awal sampai akhir. Ada proses KYC dan liveness, ada scoring, ada approval dengan autentikasi, gitu kan, multi-factor authentication, ada digital signature dan e-masterline, dan lalu ada disbursement. Dan disinilah bisnis bisa menjadi full digital tanpa any manual interference, tapi resiko fraud-nya diminimis. Next. Sekian presentasi dari kami, dari Aftek. Kami senang sekali dengan kesempatan ini. Semoga bisa menjadi informasi yang berharga bagi semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Alvin. You already present some valuables and broad view of eKYC and digital ID circumstance, and the sessions has discussed about challenges and opportunity of new technology for anti-money laundering, counterfeit transactions. And Mr. Alvin also mentioned that the regulatory is the main challenges which faces in the development and or implementation of new technology. I think the risk regulators, he mentioned like that, but I think that the regulators is not standalone for the regulator, but it will be stand with other parties, other stakeholders, and need for our attentions. Thank you, Mr. Alvin. Give applause to Mr. Alvin. Yeah, and the last but not least, I think we will present our speakers. The fifth one is Mr. Raunak Kapoor, DFS Specialist and Senior Manager Country Development Program, Microsafe Consulting Indonesia. Raunak is a Senior Manager in MSC's Indonesia Country Program Development. He is responsible for co-creating and implementing technology-enabled financial inclusion projects for public and private sectors in development economies. He has more than 11 years and he has advised for more than 50 financial services providers and implemented collaborative financial inclusions projects with a range of stakeholders, including donors, multilaterals, private sector players, microfinance institutions, commercial bankers, and government. He holds a postgraduate diploma in rural management from Institute of Rural Management, Anand, India, and a bachelor in commerce from Banaras Hindu University, India. I think this is the time for Mr. Raunak Kapoor to give his presentation. Please welcome Mr. Raunak.
Hi, thank you, Dino, for the kind introduction. First of all, I would like to thank OJK for giving us, giving MSC an opportunity to present in this important event. This is something actually which is also very close to the kind of work that MSC is focused on as an organization. Before I move forward, I would like to quickly introduce MSC. We are an international boutique consulting firm which specializes in financial and social inclusion. We have implemented projects in more than 60 countries across the globe. For the last 10 years that we have been operational in Indonesia, we have collaborated with a range of financial services system actors in Indonesia, including policymakers, government, service providers, to conceptualize and implement digital financial inclusion projects in Indonesia. We are also privileged to have got an opportunity to actually work with OJK directly on implementation of some of the SupTech initiatives that OJK is planning on. So we are working closely with Patriono's team in the Digital Financial Innovation Group at OJK. Before I start my presentation, I would like to state that the slides that I have is taken from a study that we did 2 years back on understanding the KYC practices in Indonesia. This was done in collaboration with the National Financial Inclusion Council of Indonesia. And the presentation is actually divided into 2 parts. In the first part, we look at what are the current challenges and the current practices of KYC in Indonesia. And the second part is more on what could be the ideal process and what Indonesia as a country stands to gain from implementing eKYC at scale. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah. So as we all know, and we have heard this from many, from almost all the speakers today, that a public infrastructure for a digital ID is critical for accelerating financial inclusion. Indonesia itself as a country has made rapid progress as far as account ownership, financial inclusion is concerned. OJK's own data states that this growth has been significant, and 76% of the population actually has bank accounts. And Indonesia as a country has also set itself a more ambitious target to achieve 90% financial inclusion by 2024. Given the size of the country, the nature of the geography, the size of the population, eKYC becomes a very critical tool to achieve financial inclusion. The good news is that there is already a lot that has been done as far as digital ID infrastructure is concerned. Indonesia is already having a fair coverage. Pak Zudan also referred to that in terms of the access to national IDs. This is not something which can be taken for granted because many developing countries are still not at a stage where they have this database. So Indonesia has started this journey 10 years back, and has made significant progress in this area. We also at MSC have done pilot with government on some of the eKYC projects, and we see huge potential in terms of the operational and technical feasibility of such processes. So there were some very positive outcomes coming out of the pilot. Indonesia also has a booming digital economy like most Southeast Asian countries, and which means that there is already a huge demand for such services by both the demand side as well as supply side actors, and this could really allow many people to actually take opportunities that digital economy presents to them. Can you go to the next slide, please? So in this slide, we in our study, we saw there were 5 distinct KYC practices that are being followed in the country. Of course, the scope of our study was limited to banks, e-money players, and P2P lenders. So first is the conventional branch-based model. I will not go deep into this, but this is primarily face-to-face verification. You present your physical documents, and then the usual process goes and you get your account. The second is the agent assistant model. As we know, in Indonesia, we have more than 2 million banking agents and more than 3 million fintech agents. So especially in the banking context, we have seen that a person can actually give the documents at the agent, and then the agent actually drops it at the branch, and the usual process happens. And it can take up to 7 to 14 days to get an account if we approach through an agent. The second is the G2P model, or the model followed by the Himbara banks for social assistance payments, wherein you have centralized opening of accounts. So the accounts are opened in bulk. The fourth model is sort of a third-party model, wherein some of the banks which may not have branch network, they might take help from the third parties who will deploy their staff at malls and some of these areas where they will carry these devices, which are not very, these are the eKTP reader devices. They are not very cheap, they are expensive. So this model has obviously limitations in terms of scalability. And the last is what we see the most popular model used especially by the fintech industry is around clicking your selfie, as well as taking image of your eKTP card and uploading it, and then the processing happens. Can you go to the next slide, please? So what we observed was that across the board, KYC in particular and customer onboarding in general is a pretty resource intensive process. It can cost anywhere between $1 to $8 to get customer onboarded, and apart from the fact that it's a costly process, it's also a time-consuming process. So the best case scenario that we have is the accounts would take 24 hours to 48 hours. But even there are a lot of challenges that we have. In an ideal scenario, these accounts through eKYC services should be opened instantly and real-time basis. Can you go to the next slide, please? So in absence of a reliable and affordable eKYC process, we saw that the service providers face multiple challenges. Alvin also highlighted in his presentation. So a very seemingly easier process of having your selfie and putting it on an application. Actually, at the back end, it's not a very easy process for the service providers. So there are a lot of manual eyeballing that needs to be done. There is risk of manipulation and errors. Sometimes the providers have to depend on third party. A lot of exception handling has to also go in terms of processing these applications. We remember in our discussions with the fintech players, especially for programs like Kartu Prakarja, where there is a mandate to sign up so many people on e-wallets. There are many cases and a significant number of cases where you would have blurry images, the data would not be correct, and the amount and time that is spent to verify that information and correct that information and do the necessary exception handling processes, it's huge. So it's a cost for the service providers. Can you go to the next slide? So in an ideal world, what would be an ideal KYC process. And I think Ibu Devi from OJK in her presentation actually highlighted the kind of process that they are conceptualizing. This is actually very similar. So it has two legs, so two important points. One is that there should be a real-time biometric authentication on the national ID database. And the second part is then once this authentication is done, the service provider should have the ability to generate an account for the customer on a real-time basis. We see that while I understand that Chukchapil is doing a lot of pilots and they've done tremendous work over the last 5 years in terms of pilot testing some of these solutions. In this process, you would have seen we have mentioned fingerprint, face, photo, or iris, all three options, because we don't know which service providers would need which kind of what sort of business processes they would have. So ideally, it should be enabled for all those three biometric modalities, which is very much possible. And then this request could either go to Chukchapil through a third party, or it could go to them directly. And then based on the response that we get, the accounts are generated real time. This is something similar what happens in some of the other countries like India, Singapore, or Estonia. This is at a concept level, the process is the same. Of course, there would be cases wherein enhanced due diligence has to be done because those are high risk profiles and those processes are separate. Can you go to the next slide, please? So in terms of our overall recommendations from the study, what we found out that there are 4 important steps. First is investing resources to develop robust infrastructure on eKYC and digital identity. We all know that when Indonesia started this journey some 10 years back, the whole system of national ID database was not designed to actually do large-scale authentications. So obviously, and since then, as I said, tremendous progress has been made by government of Indonesia, and they are pivoting around that database to make sure that adequate investments are made to integrate these authentication services with the national ID database. And that requires, a budget, that requires a lot of money to be spent, and it's not an easy task, but this is something which would enable these services to be delivered at scale. There is also need for a cost-effective, device-agnostic infrastructure and a reliable APIs, which meets the requirements, business requirements of a range of institutions. So, because they will adopt different processes, they have different requirements. As much as possible, these things should be designed in a way that the services can be adopted well by a range of actors. The second most important part is defining rules of engagement for both public sector and private sector, wherein we define a standardized set of guidelines and rules on what are the requirements to access this data, who can access this data, and those things. Because what we feel that when we did the study, there was some sort of issues in terms of how people interpret these solutions and what levels of access they have. As much as possible, if these can be standardized, it will also give a lot of clarity to the businesses as to what sort of informed business decisions they need to take in order to access the database, whether they want to do it themselves or they want to go through a third party. I think that those things would be made pretty clear if these rules are defined. The second is, and the second 2 points are also covered under the FATF guidelines. One is on the role of third parties for providing verification services, and this is something which probably OJK can take cognizance of from the guidelines in the FATF regulations, and in terms of actually defining who are these third parties, what requirements they need to meet, and what sort of services they can provide, and then directing the financial services industry to take help of these third parties if they want to. And the third part is applying a risk-based approach, which regulators across the globe actually apply on AML and CTF kind of issues. If we have, and Payalvin also mentioned in his presentation, if you could have a defined, a very standardized digital ID assurance framework, which is again to some extent covered in the FATF guidelines, wherein OJK can simply, obviously this could be a consultative process between multiple government agencies, and OJK can simply then say that, okay, if this is the kind of financial products and services, or these are the kind of people who you are serving, this is the minimum assurance level that we need on your verification services. So if those levels are defined, OJK can simply map their products and services to different levels of assurances based on the risk profile. The third most important part is on the affordable pricing of the solutions, which, as a developing country, Indonesia, for a large scale adoption, this is extremely important. If the pricing is discouraging, it will not lead to large scale adoption. And I'll cover this point in the next few slides, but the last point that I have here is build and encourage development of digital public goods. And I think a lot of earlier speakers, including Sanjay from India, was talking about India stacks, right? So, and also in Singapore, we have similar stack, Estonia, a lot of these countries which have slightly matured systems, where government has actually made a lot of investments in first understanding what problems they want to solve as a nation, and then building some basic public infrastructure around it, digital public infrastructure, and then allowing private sector to actually innovate on top of that and provide services on top of that. So I think that would be critical. Sanjay gave example of how they have the entire payment system, both on social assistance side and on the UPIs, and on how they are connected to the digital ID system. I know that India is also doing something on the digital health stack, and so is and so the application of this digital public goods could be even beyond financial services sector, and it requires a close coordination between government ministries and regulators and policymakers to first define the problem and then take it forward from there in terms of what they need to build. And I think Imansyah also mentioned earlier in his presentation around the role of personal data protection, which is very critical to gain confidence of people to use these services. It's not an easy task, and it should be aligned with the overall laws and the regulations in the country around personal data protection, so that these services can be provided with an informed consent of the customers in terms of what data they want to share and how that data would be processed and treated within
1 minute left, please.
The financial service providers. Yeah. The next slide, please. So here we actually did some, we tried to check willingness of the service providers and how much they would like to pay. This is in no way sort of what we are recommending, but this is just what we got as a price point that the service providers would be willing to pay. So there are two services. One is authentication and the other is on authentication plus eKYC. What we feel that if these services are nominally priced, a huge segment of the industry would be willing to adopt it. In some of the projections that we did, we see huge economic savings that could arise out of adopting eKYC services. More so for the fintech players, because a lot of their processes are actually dependent on this. My last slide, please. Yeah, and this is taken from the research done by ID40 across different markets, and we have seen that different governments have adopted different approach to price these services. Some have made it free for both public and private sector. Some have charged the private sector nominally higher than what they charge for the public sector. In some cases, it has been just given free of cost. So it depends really on the country. But the point I'm trying to highlight is that if you look at these numbers, these are pretty nominally priced. If you look at the income levels in these countries and the cost of services. So On this note, I would like to end my presentation. I would like to thank once again to OJK for inviting us for this discussion, and yeah, happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you, Ronak. Ronak already discussed about pertanyaan robust technical architecture that provides digital identity and eKYC services. And give applause to Mr. Ronak. Okay, and I think before the questions and answer, maybe I would like to have the photo session first for all of the presenters. Please turn on your camera. Prof. Sudan, can you just turn off the camera? Okay, I think he left for a while. Okay, just take the picture. Maybe we can take the picture now. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for all the presenters. I would like to make a question and answer. First, maybe I will give the questions that coming to Mrs. Dewi regarding the guideline. Ms. Dewi, has OJK issued a guideline in the context of digitizing KYC with third parties, considering that we are sometimes confused when dealing with supervisors regarding the guidelines, procedures, and criteria in cooperating with third parties in terms of eKYC? Please, Ms. Dewi.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Dino. Memang kami belum ada guidance yang detail mengenai hal ini, tapi terkait hal tersebut sebetulnya sudah diatur di pasal 17.4 POJK 23 tahun 2019, dan kemudian terdapat konsensus sebetulnya antara kami dengan GIKD dan dengan pengawasan, ya memang. Jadi hal itu dimungkinkan selama memang dilakukan secara seamless, karena merefer tadi presentasi saya juga bahwa pelaksanaan CDD tetap merupakan tugas dan tanggung jawab pihak ketiga. Di sini verifikasi pihak ketiga, ya, kita jangan mencampur adukan dengan CDD pihak ketiga karena itu adalah hal yang berbeda. Jadi verifikasi pihak ketiga itu sebetulnya caranya adalah dengan dia masuk ke dalam suatu website atau website dari PJK, dan kemudian di dalamnya memang ada kerjasama antara PJK itu dengan pihak ketiga. Di sini pihak ketiga ada bisa pemerintah dan juga pihak ketiga lainnya, karena kalau pihak ketiga pemerintah antara lain kan Dukcapil tadi gitu ya. Jadi sepanjang dilakukan segala secara seamless, sehingga artinya tetap PJK yang menggunakan sarananya PJK gitu ya, website atau aplikasi atau sistem itu adalah sistem yang dimiliki oleh PJK gitu. Nah di situ baru ada setelah tercapture oleh PJK baru masuk dengan pihak ketiga. Itu tadi sudah dijelaskan di presentasi saya di slide 8. Demikian Pak Dino.
Oke, terima kasih Ms. Dewi. Thank you. And the next questions I will pick for Mr. Nizam, coming from either Mondang. Mr. Nizam, information shared through SingPass can be useful for anything, including opening an account of a bank and buying a car. And who is the owner of the system, and who is the owner of the data? Please, Mr. Nizam.
Yeah, Pak Dino. So the SingPass is administered by a government agency, the Infocom Development Agency. The data actually is drawn through APIs from different sources. So for instance, there is data on national identity from the Ministry of Home Affairs. passport information from the Ministry of Home Affairs or tax information from the Inland Revenues. So this is actually through APIs that are drawn. So the source data is still owned by the respective government agencies. But
okay.
I hope that answers the question. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, so this is the government agency, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. And coming to the next question to Mr. Alwin. Mr. Alwin, do you think that in this digital era, the two-factor authentication is enough? In your opinion, as a fintech operator, what should be done to increase trust and security regarding this authentication? Is there a new technology to strengthen these two factors? Please, Mr. Alwin.
Yes, thank you, Pak Dino. Menurut kami saat ini two-factor autentikasi harus ditambah. Kita harus menuju multi-faktor autentikasi. Salah satunya yang paling penting menurut saya di saat ini adalah liveness. Itu Bapak Ibu sekalian. Karena makin banyak fraud yang terjadi, itu karena sekarang banyak sekali proses digital di Indonesia sudah menggunakan face recognition technology, gitu kan? Dengan adanya face recognition technology ini, ada juga kebutuhan untuk autentikasi orang yang di depan kamera ini adalah manusia, gitu. Bukan foto yang difoto atau orang yang menggunakan topeng atau video streaming. Dan ini semua bisa di-solve dengan liveness. Dan makin banyak digital adoption yang menggunakan face recognition yang saya lihat di market adalah belum ada liveness solution ini. Jadinya setidaknya saat ini menurut saya yang agak urgent, atensinya harus kita melihat, mungkin liveness nggak perfect gitu ya. Mungkin teknologinya juga kayak arms race gitu kan, lawan fraudster yang juga terus meningkatkan inovasi mereka untuk menipu gitu. Melawan kita teknologis yang mencoba menciptakan solusi untuk mencegah penipuan gitu. Jadinya kita terus berlomba-lomba nih. Cuman setidaknya saya ngelihat sekarang di market itu banyak yang aplikasinya tuh nggak ada liveness, deket gitu loh liveness-nya. Nah itu setidaknya kita perlu dorong agar setidaknya ada liveness. Walaupun belum sempurna nggak apa-apa. Seperti tadi yang saya bilang ya, menurut saya kita perlu bersama-sama. Yuk mulai dulu deh. Nggak sempurna nggak apa-apa, kita perbaikin pelan-pelan. Cuman kita menuju ke arah yang lebih baik, to the right direction. Itu.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Alwin. Step by step, right? Okay, there is a raised hand from Mr. Imansyah. Please welcome Pak Imansyah, the Deputy Commissioner of.
Thank you.
UK.
Thank you, Pak Dino. Well, thank you as well for the speakers for very insightful presentations. So I want to address my question to Pak Nizam. Pak Nizam, very quick question actually, and it's very simple, but I think we do need to learn from your experience. So, indeed, what is really the big challenge to your experience when you are adopting this eKYC to your Singapore case? Would it be like data and cleaning the database, or whatever the big challenge actually that you are facing when you are adopting this technology, the eKYC to your system? Thank you.
I think it's an evolution part. I think initially, of course, the MES in Singapore were reluctant because they were not sure whether eKYC was robust. So this was before my info. So there's no national database. And therefore, they had to rely on facial recognition. So the concerns, of course, would be who has access to the data? Is it reliable? Are your algorithms working properly? But I think there was a lot more comfort as the technology improved. But with my info, there is a high level of confidence by the regulators because these are sources coming from government. So the accuracy, the reliability of the data is there. But along the way, of course, I think there's been very good adoption because I think people like the idea that it is more cost efficient, because I think in the earlier days it was expensive to go to a facial recognition platform to get it to work. But with a government database, of course, the cost can be controlled. And then they also have APIs or a sandbox environment where you can test your APIs. I think that also helped. Then the further guidance given by MES fairly recently, was I think about a month ago, I think requiring that you need to still do review of that your digital identities framework is working, and that the boards of directors are still ultimately responsible. So it's been a journey. It's not without challenges, because there is still the possibility of fraud. So there is still a challenge, to be honest. But I think we have decided to take a direction that we want to go into digital identity. So we have to iron out some of these problems.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Nizam.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Nizam. And the last questions I will give to Mr. Ronak. There is a questions about the investment cost. What do you think about the investment cost for implementing eKYC in Indonesia? Should it be government responsibility or fintech player responsibility, or it will be a joint responsibility from the stakeholders in your point of view, please?
Yeah. So on the investments, obviously, there has been a lot of debate as to what could be the model that countries could adopt. In most countries, what we have seen is that a lot of the initial investments come from the government. Of course, then government can monetize some of these solutions so that they can maintain these systems properly and ensure the effectiveness of these systems. In any case, the private sector will need to invest at their level as well, because if they want to access the data, they also need to fulfill certain guidelines. And that requires them to also make investments in their internal systems in order to do that. So while private sector will make those investments, in some models, especially in India, we have also seen that certain parts of this access have been outsourced to the third parties. So in that case, the third parties, which are the private sector players, have made investments to actually build an infrastructure which allows these verification services to flow through them. And that is a business opportunity that obviously a private sector entity can assess based on its overall expectations on the revenues and the cost. But I think what I have seen is that the primary investments, the initial investments, which can be huge, do come from governments, but then government are able to monetize some of these things over a longer period of time to recover some of these costs.
Okay, thank you, Ronak. And for the last, I think I would like to ask Mr. Prof. Zudan. Are you still here? Okay, Prof. Zudan maybe is not here anymore. For the wrap up, I will ask Mr. Alwin as the player and as the associations. What do you think about the overall discussions for today's topic, and how will it impact to Indonesia in terms of implementing this digital ID? Please, Mr. Alwin.
Terima kasih Pak Dino atas kesempatannya. Secara keseluruhan, kita semua, menurut saya pelaku industri sangat berbahagia. Sebagai asosiasi juga kami sangat berbahagia. Kami salut dengan inisiatif Pak Prof. Zudan, tim Dukcapil, dan tim Kementerian Dalam Negeri sudah memulai proses digital ID di Indonesia. Dan ini menjadi suatu fondasi yang baik ke depan untuk kita maju bersama-sama. Cuman ke depan juga kita udah lihat ya, tadi ditunjukkan materinya selama webinar kemarin dan hari ini menurut saya amazing. Saya banyak sekali belajar, dan kita kali ya roadmap-nya gitu. Roadmap-nya kayak ada beberapa speaker dari India menunjukkan Aadhaar system, dan terus kemarin ada BOT yang Bank Thailand menunjukkan roadmap mereka. Hari ini kita melihat roadmap-nya Singpas, apa saja yang dilakukan di Singpas, dan kita juga melihat roadmap-nya kira-kira dari sisi regulator, dari grup HPUPPT, terutama Bu Dewi, kira-kira bagaimana melihat roadmap Indonesia ke depan. Dan menurut saya semua ini adalah awal yang baik yang perlu kita tindak lanjuti, di mana pemerintah Indonesia, terutama melalui Pak Zudan, tim Dukcapil, sudah melakukan inovasi. Ini saatnya di mana kita mendukung inovasi ini secara industri, sebagai pelaku industri, asosiasi, dan regulator di jasa keuangan, gitu ya, di dunia keuangan, agar bisa diadopsi. Dan ujung-ujungnya, semua ini akan meningkatkan inklusi keuangan, akses keuangan, kemudahan bertransaksi, kemudahan mendapatkan layanan jasa keuangan, dan akan meningkatkan kesejahteraan bangsa kita bersama-sama. Dan menurut saya, terima kasih. Saya mewakili asosiasi, dan mungkin banyak juga teman-teman di industri punya sentimen ini ya. Terima kasih sekali atas OJK, UNODC atas inisiatifnya melakukan webinar ini semua. Kami sangat mendukung dan kami siap menjadikan Indonesia agar lebih. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Pak Alvin, for the wrap up. And that is the final comment for our topic 4 today. And I wish you thank you for your kind of attention for all of attendees and the speakers. And I hope we can meet later in another topic and discussions. And I apologize if there are some mistakes and shortcomings coming from me. I will give this session back to the MC. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to the moderator and all speakers for a very exciting discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, at last, closing remark by Ms. Zulda Anderton, UNODC Deputy Country Manager for Indonesia and AML CFT Advisor. Please welcome Ms. Zulda Anderton.
Terima kasih. Selamat siang. Yang saya hormati Bapak Imansyah, OJK Deputy Commissioner of Institute and Digital Finance, Ibu Dewi Fajarsari, OJK Group Head of Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Financing of Terrorism, dan Bapak Triyono, OJK Group Head of Digital Finance Innovation, para panelis, moderator, dan partisipan semua. Izin saya akan teruskan dalam bahasa Inggris. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, a hearty round of applause indeed for the information-packed sessions that have made up the online webinar addressing the opportunities, risks, and impacts of utilizing digital technologies for the strengthening of AML CFT regimes. Please allow me to thank all of the expert panelists and moderators who have very generously contributed their time and expertise to our event today. I know for a few of you joining us from Vienna, the US, India, and Singapore, that is also meant joining us at a very early or very late hours in your respective time zones. This is very much appreciated. And to our participants for engaging and attending with our speakers and via the Q&A sessions over yesterday and today. You have each brought a level of diversity to the very important and timely discussion around the utilization of digital technology and the associated opportunities, risks, and impacts to the AML-CFT regime. This two-day webinar, which commenced yesterday, has highlighted key issues and considerations around the use of digital technology in the financial sector and the opportunities and risks for the AML-CFT regulatory and supervisory regime. It has also highlighted the impacts of the digitization of financial services for the benefit of government authorities from a regulatory as well as law enforcement perspective in preventing and combating money laundering and terrorism financing crimes, the banking sector and private sector in relation to customer access to the formal financial system for micro, small, and medium enterprises, including at the regional or provincial level, and for the level of reach digital technology provides for the financial inclusion of customers and communities such as women, and those, as aptly described by Pak Imansyah earlier, at the bottom of the pyramid. We have heard from international speakers and speakers from within the region, sharing their valuable experience and knowledge of the global context to the development and use of specific digital technologies in the AML-CFT space, including gaining insights into the systems and programs from India's, Singapore's, and Thailand's authorities. Today, in a special session with Mr. Sanjay Jain, we learned about India's digital ID journey and how it has addressed opportunities across financial inclusion and risk mitigation through the use of digital technology that has brought about positive impacts for authorities in relation to cost-effective transactions, timeliness of information and ability to analyze and process big data, and the ability of the government to respond to and support humanitarian efforts during unprecedented situations such as the COVID-19 pandemic. We have also received information and insights from Indonesia's experts from a diverse range of fields, including from the government authorities and financial sector and financial technology associations and technical experts. The key theme of discussions from today relate to a consideration that Pak Triyono first raised in a session yesterday, and that is the importance of balancing the benefits of digital technology against its risks. And as continued by Pak Imansyah today as well, the importance of developing balanced infrastructure between government, private sector, fintech providers, and accelerators. The sessions have explored the specific technologies utilized to expand opportunities for ease of access and reach for customers. They have considered implementation and operation costs benefit for the banking and financial sectors. The sessions have also highlighted the enhanced effectiveness and efficiencies for authorities in handling, analyzing, and processing data and information. The public-private sector engagement required within the fintech development space, the importance of interoperable systems, and MLTF risks and the progression of digital ID and fintech specific to Indonesia. Our collective discussions have been diverse in including the various perspectives on the topic at hand. Yesterday, we were very fortunate to receive special remarks from Mr. Hernawan Sasongko, Deputy Commissioner for International Affairs and Research, Mr. Ivan Yustiavandana, Head of Indonesia's Financial Intelligence Agency, PPATK, and Mr. Kali F. Brown, UNODC Country Manager for Indonesia and Liaison to ASEAN, as well as keynote speeches from His Excellency Mr. Mahfud MD, Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal, and Security Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, and Mr. Wimbo Sesmoko, Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of Indonesia's Financial Services Authority. In those discussions, there was recognition of Indonesia's prioritization of digital transformation under its G20 presidency, particularly in promoting sustainable and inclusive economic development and post-COVID recovery through micro, small, and medium enterprises participation and the digital economy. Information was shared in relation to digital technology's impacts on big data sets associated with financial transactions and the need for regulatory and supervisory technology developments to keep up with industry developments and gain from the benefits of digital technology in relation to speed, efficiency, and accuracy of information, such as that outlined by the Financial Action Task Force in its approach to digital technology for strengthening AML-CFT regimes, and in Indonesia's context, addressing the priorities set out in the Stranas. The importance of forums provided for by webinars such as the one provided for yesterday and today reflects national priorities associated with the digital transformation in the financial sector. As we have seen through the session's engagement on the issues across a wide array of stakeholders and partners is key to bringing together a comprehensive framework for the digitization of financial services in line with AML CFT considerations. As quoted by Ms. Joanne Barefoot in her presentation, it takes a network to defeat a network. And as expanded upon by Ibu Dewi today, criminal networks are sophisticated, and combating these networks takes a collective network of experts and professionals, such as those represented here today by our speakers and participants. I would like to thank our partners at OJK, Ibu Dewi and Pak Triyono and your teams, for the great cooperation between our organizations. We are very pleased to have the opportunity to support this very important event, and we look forward to continued collaboration on anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism, including on new and emerging risks posed by cyber and cyber-enabled crime, and on Indonesia's compliance with international obligations such as those of the FATF standards. In closing, please allow me to thank our platform hosts who have worked very hard in the background bringing this event to you, to our interpreters, and to my colleague Hardia Pranadipa and team as well. Terima kasih, saya kembalikan kepada MC.
Zulda Anderton for a complete closing remark. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share an information. Please complete the evaluation sheet provided by the committee. The link to access the evaluation sheet on the screen. Please fill in your identity correctly, both full name, name of the institution or company, and email address. The data will be the basic of certificate. Please fill in your identity correctly, both full name, name of the institution or company, and email address. The data will be the basic of certificate. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please fill in your identity correctly, both full name, name of the institution or company, and email address. The data will be the basic of certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored to have all the guests and speakers to share the knowledge of our webinar, Opportunities, Challenges, and Impact of Utilizing New Technologies and Strengthening the AML CFT Regime. We sincerely thank you for your kind support and see you again. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Om Shanti Shanti Om.
Terima kasih.
Ana, makasih udah selesai hari ini. Kita nggak foto bersama nih.
Makasih Ibu.